shine light on it will give you those two particular images.
Right. And then a question of whether that's not the same thing depends on the definition of where two entities not are the same, but when they start being different.
To a point, but at the same token, the same object, right? One object itself, right? We're looking at one object. What is the object we're looking at? We're looking at the object that has the shadow. That object is not a square circle. So there is no possibility that one single object can be what would be considered a square circle.
Just because we can't conceive of it doesn't mean it's not logically possible. In
No,
some
it
sense,
literally is not logically
mathematically
possible.
It could be mathematically possible because math, I mean, it depends what you want to define as logic, but there's a huge presupposition that these laws of logic are actually absolute in a universal sense.
And there's an argument to be made for that in some capacity. Like, I don't think you can square the circle. I mean, they mathematically prove that you can't, right? So
Well, that's based on the axioms of math,
which is but that's
which
what we're talking
aren't
about,
real.
right?
But the axioms of math don't have any bearing on reality. Like, they work because they don't have bearing on reality.
I'm not going to say math corresponds with reality, but
It wouldn't work if it did.
If I don't think our brains could even conceptualize a square circle. I don't know what
I
that
don't
would.
think it can. I don't think our brains can do it either. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have some mathematical existence, because mathematical existence isn't predicated on our being able to conceive of it.
But even in mathematics, there's no way to make a square circle. I mean, you can try, but again,
in topology, there probably is.
No,
you just have to change the axioms. Yes.
Well, then you're not dealing with. But see, again, when you're
not dealing with the familiar axioms that have been used for the last 100 years that most people don't agree with and are mostly wrong.
Well, ZFC is based on ZFC, but
ZFC and the axiom of choice is not founded on anything other than wishful thinking.
Right. Well, that's why it's one of those.
That's where your truth explosion's coming from. Is the axiom of choice.
Axiom of choice is not mostly. A lot of people don't take the axiom of choice for that very reason, because it leads to things that could not happen in real life. For example, like the Tarski paradox. We know that if you take one basketball, you cannot get two basketballs out of it. But if in mathematics, because of topology and the axiom of choice, you can actually get two basketballs out of it. But we know that doesn't work in real life. We do understand that, right? But the axiom of choice is one of those axioms that most people will probably not take unless you're needing to for set theory.
Cell reproduces. The cell can replicate, can't it? That's two basketballs from one.
Well, no, because you're not just taking one object and making two. You're actually adding energy into the system. The energy is used to replicate itself by means of matter, and you're creating something else by converting energy into mass, right? Because when cells replicate, they use sunlight, they use energy, chemical energy, they use photo energy. So there's energy going into that system. You cannot just take a basketball, not put anything into it, and make two basketballs out of it. In mathematics, you can do that because you're not required to put any energy in it. There's no constraint like that.
That implies that mathematics has no correspondence to reality, doesn't it?
I've said that. But again, that's only if you are allowed to take the axiom of choice or not, which, again, in ZFC doesn't really apply to most mainstream mathematics for that very reason. People that work in set theory, then you start running into these complexities because of the whole, barber paradox. Does the barber who shaves all men in town shave himself? And, do you include the set of all things in itself? If you have sets, and the set of all things, does that include itself? Because if it's a set of all things, it would have to include itself, and you end up with a recursory type thing. You end up with an infinite cyclic thing of, okay, is a set in itself and it's nested, but then set theory gets you out of that by saying, well, we're going to treat this as this or treat this as this, and then you have the outcomes of that. But most people aren't going to run into issues like that on regular mathematics, right? I mean, most people probably in the live chat probably have never heard of the axiom of choice before. Which means, by the way, people, axiom of choice is a fancy way of saying, look, if I got a bunch of sets, I'm allowed to go in and take one arbitrary element out of each set to create a new set. The axiom of choice allows me to do that. Is that a good way to describe it?
I mean, probably, but I still don't know how to
You suck at math, man. No, yeah, why am I asking Rez? Yeah, I'm kidding. But go back to the topic though. You are somebody who believes that God exists, so you do believe that God is the foundation for everything, correct?
Simplest way to put it is that God's the universe. One thing I want to say real quick before I forget is I wanted to say good job on not having the word conscious in your definition of God. That will make it a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm not going to invoke consciousness per se, because I don't even know if they have intentional states. I don't think that would necessarily, by implicature, mean consciousness. I don't know. Maybe it would, but I'm trying to avoid that because consciousness has too many rabbit holes that can go down.
I mean,
volition.
I think you can argue that evolution has intentional states without consciousness.
Like nature intends to get more like.
That's a teleological approach, or teleonomic approach, right? One way to look at that would be that nature doesn't have intentional states, but nature has the ability to design without intentional states. A teleological approach would be that something has designed the universe to be the way it is. Something has designed, like my thumb, to be opposable, to grasp, right? This is by design. I believe that my thumb is designed, but it's designed teleonomically by nature.
Incel or whatever.
I have no problem with
and
that.
When he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process. What's the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates?
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, George Benjamin. Very excited to be here this evening with the lovely guests who are already joining us in the audience. I'm just about to add all the panels to the show. Had a bit of a slowdown this evening with a power failure, but Doooovid is back to 100% and ready to go. I'll hand it over to you for the introductions. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening.
Okay, great. Yeah, good to be back. Sorry, my area, some sort of power equipment failure. Lost power, unfortunately. And I'm not sure if I got some blotch on my camera, sorry. So let me get this chant out of the way right away because I have so many things open on my desktop, so I'll be able to share just because it's going to slow down my computer. So this week, Charles Moskowitz, we had Adam Green came on, so I'll talk about that in a minute. So this is a famous mantra from Sabbath prayers. It's in the silent prayer. It's a common song. Yismachi b'malchuscha, happy should be your kingdom. Shomrei Shabbos, so those who guard the Sabbath, those who keep the Sabbath. V'korei oineg, and call out pleasantries or like rest. Am Mekadesh Shavi, the holy nation on the 7th. Kulam Mituvecha. All of us will be satiated and pleased from your goodness. There's quite a few different chants for this. This is a pretty common one that people might hear in synagogues. And I'm going to Yismachi b'malchuka shoimrei 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 Shabbos v'koirei oina. Yismachi b'malchusecha shoimrei 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 Shabbos koirei oinek Shabbos. So there's probably hundreds of tunes to this. So I'm mentioning the Hasidic Rebbe I studied under in Jerusalem with the most views on my channel, the Tol Avram Yitzchak Rebbe, and he had this powerful Hungarian chant. They used to sing to these words, possibly a Vishnitz tune. I'm not sure if it's Vishnitz or the origins of it, but used to get pretty into it, like a Devekas slow tune. Yismechi b'malchischa, Yismechi b'malchischa, Yismechi b'malchischa, Yismechi b'malchischa, Yismechi b'malchischa, Yismechi b'malchischa, Shoimrei Shabbos, Shoimrei Shabbos, Shoimrei Shabbos, V'koirei oineg. I might come back and do a chant a little more. I want to share my screen. I have so many things on my desktop that I have to do my main week in review right away, so my computer doesn't crash with all these tabs open. There was a pretty exciting week, and there was a lot of stuff happening. So is my screen share working? It's one.
Right now I can see you, so I just gotta. I think I might have you pinned to the screen, so I can unpin.
Well, I shared my screen, so it has me presenting on Zoom. If
no, we're good. You're screen sharing.
it's interesting, maybe we'll talk about it. So, just quickly, here's an interview. There's one Indian guy in it, and he speaks Korean. I guess he plays a Muslim in the video. So here's a quick interview with the Indian actor in Squid Game. So maybe we'll put. It's like a dystopian, pretty scary movie out of South Korea that's like became the most popular thing, like more than Queen's Gambit. It's like the most viral TV show ever, and it's kind of scary where like downtrodden people are given a chance to go to this like death match in order to make a bunch of money, and they have to kind of like kill each other off, and so it's pretty dystopian. But if people saw it, we could talk about it. There's a lot of symbolism, but it's the most watched thing. I think it's like 6 episodes, and like hundreds of millions of people have already watched it. And it's only like 2 weeks old.
It sounds like Battle Royale. Is it based off that?
It's not based off anything. I mean, the plot is similar to a bunch of other movies like Hunger Games, even like Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon, and a whole bunch of other things. So maybe next week, or if someone else comes on that has heard about it, I got the wiki later, so we could talk about it more. But it seems like it's the most viral thing in the world right now. So here is Abdullah Andalusi out of London. And he's the one who debated Joseph Cohn on Palestine. And he's kind of like a Muslim preacher. And here he debates Graham Appy. And I guess Graham Appy's in Australia, and he's in different. Have you heard of Graham Appy?
The name sounds familiar, but I have no idea who it is.
Around, I think he's debated some ISKCON Hindu personalities, or at least spoken of them. Some in the debate
Is this him?
This is Graham Appy.
Okay, no, I've never seen him.
Islam or liberalism. So it's an interesting debate. There was a quick video of the story of TikTok. Charles is on TikTok, so interesting. This hopefully we could talk about more. Arjun had Matt Dillahunty on.
I can't wait to talk about this one.
And yeah, I mean, Dillahunty really sent him to school pretty much, saying that, I think there are.
Let's just save it for later. I'm going to get too excited. Let's just, or unless you want to talk about it right now. No, you want to get all, I literally have never seen this many things on your desktop before. There's like 50 tabs.
A lot of that. I even have a few more to open yet. Here was this channel I found. It's a nice, quick, informative video, like on the history of the swastika, the Hindu meaning, kind of like Lakshmi, where the word swastika is actually in the Rig Veda, meaning like to bless, and its connection to like Lakshmi. It was an interesting channel. Not too many videos on it. Project Shivoham. It's got some stuff on the Bhagavad Gita, and it's trying to portray Indian culture and the Vedas in these nice quick videos. People check that out. Here, I thought maybe even me and Jennifer would do like a separate video. I'd even do it on my channel. I mentioned it last week, and I watched that video from the guy, like the book with the hyperbolic figure 8, and maybe it pays to review spherical trigonometry. Because I'm mentioning, like I used to tutor in calculus at University of Michigan, and also on how to do the various Hindu rituals. But on Saturday, they had a debate between two ISKCON Prabhupada disciples, old timers, on female Diksha gurus. So Garuda Das is pro female Diksha gurus, and Basugash Das is anti female Diksha gurus. So it's an interesting partner. See the men to older age, and also some reverse trends that are interesting. That it used to be the opposite, but now married people doing financially better. Maybe in the past days, women would have had to give up work in order to be married. But the statistics today that women who are partnered are actually doing better financially. So just a quick Pew survey. Here, God forbid, I thought Jennifer was mentioning T-Jump. I mentioned like this movie, The Rise of Taj, Van Wilder 2, and Fox and Hounds. So the bad guys in this one are Fox and Hounds, the British Aristocracy Club, and it's like T-Jump.
Which one am I in this metaphor?
Well, I mean, in the film, they send him an invitation pretending like he's been accepted as a member to Fox and Hounds. And so he comes and like he's ready to move in. He's got the girls that are ready to show him to his room. And then all of a sudden they tell him like, no, I'm sorry, there was a mistake and you have not been accepted. And then the girls are, kind of like, why are you so mean? Are you ever going to get tired of pulling this stunt of like, just being mean to people and pretending?
And the guy's like, no, ha ha.
So, I mean, actually these maybe even kind of look like Jennifer, but the mean girls that are teamed up with Fox and Hounds. So that's just a clip from there, because Jennifer was trying to get me to come on to T-Jump server. So I was like, why the hell am I going to come on to T-Jump server?
I wasn't. Oh, yeah, I was trying to. But if the fact of you not going on is not going to make me. I mean, I had no attachment either way. I thought it would be cool, but it doesn't seem to be clicking.
Yes, I saw, like, God forbid Jennifer would be like one of the mean girls from The Rise of Taj, where we're just trying to incentivize, people to come in just so that, they could be humiliated, embarrassed, and rejected. So, God forbid we talk about that.
I debate on that server. So obviously I have a high opinion of at least one person who debates on that server.
So, here's the wiki for Squid Games. They had the Recode Summit IRL this year. I guess like Vox News or Kara Swisher, the New York Times columnist. I forget the other guy. He didn't seem to be part of it. So you have a clip from neuroscience and philosopher Sam Harris. Have Elon Musk. That's what I was shown. That Elon Musk has an hour interview with Kara Swisher, and also has a few other interesting personalities. Microsoft CEO, and so anyone want to check out the Elon Musk? Nothing super groundbreaking or interesting. If I mention this real quick, this show was in 1990s. I think it was in high school. I remember when it came out. Herman's Head, and talk about like consciousness. So it's like this sitcom where this head, and they have like for people, like an apartment of the people in his head, the voices in his head that are acted out by different people. So I was just thinking of that this week of kind of like thoughts on consciousness, or maybe the stage of the mind. So it was kind of a dumb sitcom, but these thoughts on consciousness just made me think of it. Here's a bunch of links I found. I saw that they had the Models of Consciousness conference, which is Chalmers thought that it wasn't scientific enough, so broke off and made his own consciousness. So I guess that was 2 weeks ago. It didn't look like they the 30-page booklet. In some of the more serious names that aren't serious enough for Hammerov, because I found a few more interesting YouTube channels. Here's the Active Inference Lab that has some of the big names in consciousness on. So I didn't have a chance to check out any of these videos yet, but any people who are looking for more consciousness videos, here's another self-modeling networks combination of AI. Is saying, like I was mentioning, the unit circle and the spherical geometry, that a lot of these are much more mathematical. Here's another one, AGI Laboratory. So I didn't have a chance yet to check out those videos. Here's another one I was just watching earlier today when my power went out. It's the British Neuroscience Association. So all more interesting learning videos. Here was something I found from Improbable AI, and this was a study on language. They basically put people in MRI machines and then had them listen to narrative stories and then recorded it. So you'd see kind of like a time lapse. And he didn't mention chunking theory, but here he has here, like, the different parts of the brain and when they get triggered, like time delayed. And here he has, he doesn't use the term chunking because I guess it's not that well known. Low-level word, sentence, paragraph, where he's claiming the different parts of the brain based on time level of when they heard related to the brain, which I guess, so if you're hearing a story, that eventually you start putting pieces together and chunking it. And this was some sort of experiment that tried to model the different sections of the brain. So or good videos. I did a lot of research this week. I feel making quite a bit of advancements in my understanding. Here's another interesting channel. See, this one only has 200 subs, but a lot of good lectures on neuroscience. Here was another AI one, just talking, do we live in a simulation? And a collection of different top thinkers mentioning the subject. Here is an interview this week, Stephen Grossberg, Conscious Mind, Resonant Brain. I read on my channel, on my public study session, his whole paper on the resonant brain, which doesn't involve quantum, but holds that qualia, or different small sense perception, resonates, and then eventually enough of them resonate on the same frequency or a similar enough frequency, and that would eventually rise to consciousness. So Grossberg's resonant brain model is one of the more popular non-quantum theories for a solution to the hard problem of consciousness. The Newcastle, that's the UK, and this first video is pretty interesting. Identification of lifelike characteristics of human crowds through a classification task. It was looking at how crowds act, and if you tell the crowds, and then AI ones, and there's over 80 videos in this playlist, mostly people going over scientific papers. All
anything about stampedes?
No, it didn't have like stampedes, but you could see, maybe it did. I mean, I'm not sure if it's just the first video talking about that, but the first video didn't get into stampedes, but I guess you could.
It just reminded me of the stampedes we were looking at before. That one,
Yeah,
that one image.
Yeah, man, we went in depth into stampedes after the Stampede of Marone where over 50 people died in stampedes. Just when too many people push an area, and then the weight of their bodies crush, God forbid, but a whole list of interesting videos. They had a consciousness conference in India, and I only watched a little bit of each. It didn't look that great, but check it out. There are a bunch of videos from the Center for Consciousness at Consciousness Studies, NIMHANS, to check out.
Did I see David Frawley in that?
Who?
I thought I saw David Frawley in one of those videos. Bottom left, third from the left. Yeah, that's him. Oh, it was just some yoga pundit guy.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe he's taking part in this conference. Let me check out what NIMHANS, National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience in Bengaluru. So so I mean, they have some interesting personalities. You can check it out. Eastern Perspective Conference on Consciousness. Here is a video on Confederation solution to Israel-Palestine. This is kind of what I mentioned as a solution I lean towards, which would be one country with two states. We'd have is a possible solution. I think I've talked about with Charles. This is the Watson Institute of Public Affairs. I think at Dartmouth, I think. They had a video on is India economy back, and looking at a bunch of numbers of economic output in India post COVID. Stephen Wolfram spoke about consciousness, and hardly even mentioned consciousness. He just kind of talked about computational reducibility or irreducibility, and kind of how Penrose hammer up solution to providing free will, but it was mostly Wolfram's generic presentation of his computational methods, and hardly anything to do with consciousness, but it's supposed to be on consciousness. So I watched a shared explanation for why Facebook went down and some of the network dynamics of how Facebook works and why that happened. Here's Nakamura, the chess player. So they had the big Twitch data leak where they leaked how much money the top streamers are making. I guess this is almost a 2-year period. So in 2 years, you see the top streamer made close to $10 million. By the time you get to like the top 10, they're down to just a few $1 million, and that made a good few $100,000. But less than 5 really, and then top 10 are already in the tens of thousands. So making money on Twitch, very difficult. Nakamura has really almost over 10,000 live viewers every time he streams, and so you see there that making a nice handsome sum of money off of streaming on Twitch for gaming, but you got to have, for that level, 10,000 live viewers for gaming. But so that level, there is a substantial amount of money. So he just kind of goes over some of these leaked numbers from Twitch. If anyone, did you hear about the Twitch leak?
I think so, yeah.
The hack. So the Royal Institute this week, Sabina Hassefeller, I guess kind of like their house physicist, talking about dark matter. Boney M. So do you know the song Rasputin?
Oh yeah, I remember my sisters and I used to love to dance around to that song in the basement back in the day.
So I was thinking the last part of it also kind of like a T-jump, like going into his server where
yeah, I was gonna say, you would have Rasputin to the server. You would have fucking advanced him, Detroit. And then I would have nicknamed you Detroit in the middle of the debate.
I was thinking this was almost like my theme song. Like I had a Russian friend and he dubbed this as my theme song. But, But then one night some men of higher standing set a trap. They're not to blame. Come to visit us, they kept demanding, and he really came. Rah, rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. They put some poison into his wine. Rah, rah, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. He drank it all and said, I feel fine. Rah, rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. They didn't quit, they wanted his head. Rah, rah, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. And so they shot him till he was dead. So I was thinking that kind of like T-Jump
Oh, those crazy Russians.
But I mean, just like it was a trap to go in to debate him in his Discord, then
It's not a
one
trap
night
if you
the
know it's
men
a
of higher
trap.
standing set a trap. They're not to blame. They're saying like, no, these guys don't like me. They're never gonna like me. They invite you to an event. It's something bad and nefarious. They're not
People who
inviting you
hate
over.
themselves, opinions on others aren't really that valid. I mean, if you can't get past a wall of self-loathing, I guess the point is, I mean, isn't it kind of cucky to care what they think? Isn't it more just about going in and dominating it?
Well, no, I was just saying like Doovid is paranoid. Like when people invite me to things, I was like, they don't really like me. They're gonna try to kill me. I'm sorry.
Well, I
And
really hope you
maybe-
didn't take me inviting you there that way, because that would be like completely the opposite of what I intended.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why I mentioned the song. So I was like, no, I thought like going to talk to
You thought it
T-Jump
was
on
an ambush.
on his server is like certainly some sort of trap, and don't want to walk right into that. So
Even though I already talked to Tej. Is it a trap if you know exactly how it's going to go, though?
Well, I was saying, yeah, I mean, well, let me finish these. So, but yeah, I thought that Rasputin song might have been telling to. So we had Adam Green on, so pretty good. Got over 1,200 views on Charles Moskowitz. So last week he had EMJ. So EMJ, I don't really want to read because God forbid, Adam Green's like on the top of the hit list of the ADL. So Charles always asked me to invite him on. So I haven't even been talking to him because God forbid, like Joseph Cohen's gonna make like a hit piece on me. But he tweeted the video of Charles Moskowitz and E. Michael Jones. So I tweeted out that Charles has asked him, wanted him to come on. So he ended up coming on. But you could see the last few weeks Charles been getting a decent amount of having some good guests has upped the viewership, and so it could be the next few weeks. I might even recommend bringing guests on. Maybe I'll bring Claire on even next week, just because she's always asking me about that. Or Jennifer was supposed to come on, but maybe we'll do Claire first, just because like every week she's always asking me. And maybe even Brundle said he'd do it, but maybe change it up for a while, bring people on. Charles Moskowitz, so Adam Green, we talk about that. It's a little bit interesting, and Charles kind of like his filibuster. I mean, he's like a preaching machine, so it doesn't matter who the guest is. Half of it is just going to be Charles repeating his takes, because I mean that's why he does it. He has his takes that he wants to say over. A quick PBS thing about the Florida Keys, like this certain type of mosquito. I guess it only represents like 4% of mosquitoes, but carries most of the diseases. So in the Florida Keys, like they go around looking for water to put like certain kind of like antibiotic or something that prevents mosquitoes from breeding, because mosquitoes breed in still water. That's why Michigan had so many mosquitoes this year, or even the U.S. because the East Coast, because of all the water, and they have this like genetically bred mosquito. So they like some technique of breeding where they have this like genetically modified male or female mosquito that like I guess mates with the other sex and reproduces like a offspring that can't reproduce again or something like that. And they're even considering using it all across the U.S. So that kind of interesting. This genetically modified mosquito that in theory by cucking the other mosquitoes will somehow prevent it. So thought that was interesting. Debate this week on the Crucible, mentioning that now they got over 1,000 subs. They're 1,200 subs. They had the big guest Destiny, probably one of the biggest names still on YouTube. And he debates Tristan about the Great Reset, we talk about that. That was kind of interesting. I mean, because I'm a civil engineer. I used to go to the Siemens conference and all these things on the Internet of Things and the fourth industrial revolution and various things. And Destiny, like, he didn't even read it, he didn't even know what he was talking about. So I guess he's kind of just like a gamer. Maybe he knows a little bit about politics, but he's a big name. And so I guess the Crucible wanted to get Destiny on because, it boosted up their viewership, 16,000 views. They got hundreds of more subs. And he didn't even read the material. So it was kind of like a crap debate. And then, God forbid, at the end, like he was talking like homosexual stuff. And Tristan called him the F word. And then Destiny, I guess because he's a Twitch affiliate, had to leave the stream because you get kicked off Twitch, even if you're not on Twitch, for anti-homosexual comments. It's kind of a crap debate, but we could talk about that. But I mean, you see
What's with this channel?
Crucible. He's actually sounds like he's in Michigan. He said he's in Michigan, so I don't. I'm not sure. Just like a new debate channel. And so Pedro this week also debated Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer was a guest. JF was a guest. They got Destiny on. So I mean, like they might be right up there in one of the bigger debate channels. I mentioned Rick Beato, and so here, this female musician in Spain was mentioning, like she's got 1 million views, and how much money did she make off of it? 80.82 euros. Like I guess if you get 1 million views on YouTube, you could make over $1,000. If you get a million, you have to get 1 million views on a video. But if you do music videos, you copyright strikes or other people just various things very hard to be monetized. So just an interesting video. Rick Beato, I didn't watch too much of his videos this week, but I've been pounding through his What Makes This Song Great. I found author of more than 40 books, a bunch of articles. So there's some pretty good videos on like Roman European history. And Nobel Prize came out, so they got the new Nobel Prize in physics. So if people want to watch that, I didn't look too much into that, but there's Julie Sweet. So I was watching. I guess she's the CEO of Accenture, very prominent businesswoman. Interview with David Rubenstein. She mentioned that she was a debate champ in high school. So he was asking like, what would she do to prepare a career, and so she was a debate champ. So here was this other channel. They had Richard Spencer and Zen Shapiro, and I guess Zen Shapiro has also been on The Crucible. But I guess this channel's been around a while, but Politically Provoked, and they had this debate on abortion with Richard Spencer, and so it was kind of pretty junk, but we could talk about that one also. Here, Brian Mullins, who is going to be again on Theology Unleashed, a Christian theology student.
He's the one who was talking about panentheism, right? That's how you know someone loves to huff their own farts, is when they say the word panentheism. It's all very refined and such. Can't wait.
Yeah, he seemed pretty scholarly, pretty knowing like the terminology. And so let me just pull up on I guess like Kasparian. So it was a decent debate. There was a collection of talks from Brian Greene, World Science Festival on mind and language, and he talks to Noam Chomsky, Steven Pinker, a few other big names. We're talking a little bit about that language. So another good video, and so that is hours literally of interesting things to watch. A few 1-hour videos, and then quite a few channels that have tens of videos related to consciousness science. So I did a lot of research, and So we got the Rasputin. I don't know if Rasputin was a chick.
Was a lady.
He was. So like, I'm not sure about like Rasputin the man, but Rasputin the Boney M song, like that's kind of Doovid's theme song if I needed one. If it wasn't going to be like a Hebrew chant there. So that's my week in review. I'll hand it back to Jennifer for her week in review. Oh, one more. So they had another MIT course came out on theory of computation. So important subject. And it said it's very likely that week in review is going to move in a more mathematical, computational, high level direction. So, there's an MIT course on the theory of computation. So hopefully people will be able to check that out. Okay, so it's almost 20 minutes there of links. So, quite a busy week. I'm still reading these books, pounding through these books. It was also I was playing in this Crazy House weekly tournament. And so she starts messaging me, and she's messaging me like while I'm playing. So it's like, messing with my game. And then like she starts arguing with me about like evolution and theology. And so like I'm telling her like
Did she know you were in a thing?
Yeah, she was playing also. So I guess like playing chess, and like chess is kind of just like a tool I use to preach or talk.
You think
about
she's trying
philosophy.
to throw you off?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe she was just going to play, and then she found these ideas interesting, and so I was playing.
And help herself. Whoop.
So she made this. So she's telling her like, it's like, no, I don't buy evolution, and she made a post that like she's got a friend that doesn't believe in evolution, and like she said like like usually like it wouldn't bother her, but like I guess I stream with her on my channel, so she she respects me somewhat, likes me somewhat. I mean, she's married, she's a mother, I mean that way, but like fellow chess player, she's an intelligent woman, got a degree in biological engineering or something like that. And it's like despicable, horrible person. So
it was almost like the 500 comments on my, as soon as you sent me that, I was like, what the hell is going on? It's just like my debate. Everybody's like malfunctioning.
So I mean, either people were just like these blatant, like academic telling her like, like there's something wrong with me. People are advising her to unfriend me. Even I told her she should unfriend me. I was surprised. Like I thought she was going to unfriend me, and I was like, go ahead, unfriend me, whatever. But
why would you even have to say it like that? Come on.
I mean,
did you actually say to her, go ahead and unfriend me? It's like almost a taunt.
Well, yeah, I mean, because I was like, what's our friendship mean anyways? Like it was just like pestering me.
It is a bit mind-boggling, isn't it? Is this the first time you ever had something go so sideways?
No, about evolution. Like at the chess club, I used to occasionally talk with people about evolution, but like after playing hours and hours of chess, like all sorts of subjects come up. I mean, generally evolution never comes up. IRL, like a few, like my closer friends, people I spent a long time with, like tens of hours, maybe evolution comes up, but like relatively, like no, evolution never comes up in regular subjects. So be like, politics. I mean, the climate these days is very like people are unfriendly against each other for all sorts of reasons, like vaccine hesitancy. Of the the background is a Hasidic Orthodox Jew. Probably like 1 out of 3 people just assume there's something wrong with me. She's like, why would this person want to be an Orthodox or ultra Orthodox Jew? There must be something wrong with me. And even my fellow Orthodox Jews are Jews because like I'm
some of that is just your own imagination.
No, I'm saying that, I mean the world's a pretty unfriendly place. So I would just assume like that's why I told Joanna the world's a big place. Like, we don't have to be friends. I mean, I'm not against her. I don't mind being her friend, but it was just like, we don't have to be friends. And it's like, no, I don't buy evolution. Like, if it's that big of a deal, we don't have to be friends. And I don't mind, like I said, I don't have friendships based on, you have, overlap of interest. Saying I could work together with anybody on what we agree with. Friends with that guy because of racism, let alone like, okay, he's wearing a yarmulke. Just like ignore him. And but I would put it that high, like 1 out of 4 people probably just like ignore me, want to stay away from me. And it may not just be like being Orthodox Jew, combination of factors, but like even like a majority white area, I would guess it's probably as high as like one out of 4 people would just be like, stay the hell away from that guy. And that's why I mentioned Luke Ford. America's a capitalistic place. Like, you do money, you have your business. You don't have to like each other, and people don't like each other. And so the world's a pretty unfriendly place. And the American culture is set up in that way, where you could largely just avoid conflict. You could just stay away from people and avoid conflict. So that's why it's in like Joanne probably wants to enter the arena. Does she really want to convince me that evolution is true, or does she want to enter the arena and start debating?
She wants what everyone wants is influence. She wants to know she influenced you.
Well, influenced me to like change my mind about evolution.
Finally
like,
see the light.
I take like, I don't like, okay, like I'm a happy merchant. Like, I don't care what people believe. Like, I got stuff for sale. You want to buy, you want to team up for bigger purposes, or like repair the world, for something that we agree on. It's like, oh, we agree on this, let's work together. Like, what about everything else? We disagree on like almost everything else. Doesn't matter. We agree on this, let's work together. So, that was kind of the position of the Lubavitch Rebbe: work together with people on what you agree with them on. And you could largely work together with anybody. But most people don't have that, and they look like, they have certain red lines, and that could be anything, it could be, but not believing in evolution. Everything like Jennifer, I think even like, Jennifer arguing, I think she gets more negative reaction than even like I get from like anti-Semites. So even defending Judaism to people who have a pretty negative view towards Jews.
It's not a competition, Doovid.
I think like Jennifer has a more negative take from people, and like, at least like, okay, like I went on some like pretty hardcore like places where people really don't like Jews that much to defend the Jews, and like I gotta feel like, oh, like, like, oh, he's like a nice guy, he's personable, or at least he was honest, came to have a conversation. And like even Jennifer didn't even really get those like her kind of comments like that. So it could be pantheism or reincarnation, spiritual
I think it's because
beliefs.
I'm a woman a bit for some people, maybe.
Yeah, it could be also like a combination, but so I wasn't surprised by the vitriol. And we mentioned like Squid Games, if it's a sign of the time, where so the karma, like people, God forbid, really are at the brink of killing each other. Like, God forbid, that the hatred out there, or just the harsh condition of the material realm, COVID-19. It's been a year and a half now of restrictions, and it doesn't look like it's ending. God forbid, here in my area, there's like 4,000 cases a day. The deaths are up to like 40 a day, and it's probably going to get worse. I wouldn't be surprised if the death rate in Michigan hits 100 again, and positivity rates. So COVID-19 is we're in the 4th wave here in my area, and there's already been over 20,000 people dead in the state. Like 1 out of 400 people in Michigan have died from COVID-19, and that could keep on increasing. Like, God forbid, get to like I don't know, 1 out of 300 people, but the economic lockdown, Biden politics, infrastructure, like I keep on mentioning the incompetency, power outages, flooding, all these various things that people are just the harsh conditions of the material realm. So I was watching this video on, and it's like he snapped. He's like, back the hell off, back off. The type way was like violence. He's like, he had PTSD. He was ready to beat his wife, and because of PTSD, that she just touched him on the shoulder or something. He's ready to beat her because like he's suffering PTSD. That at this point, you back up or you're going to get hurt. And so like, I don't know where Jennifer's at, and the type urban surroundings or where she's at, see people and like the intensity.
It's a bit of a prison mentality, isn't it?
Well, could be prison. Because prison's the harsh condition of the material realm. And I mentioned the murder epidemic. Like, the murder rate is really skyrocketing here in America. Also, that that the karma has reached epic levels, and it's not good. And it may keep on getting worse, unfortunately, just due to the harsh conditions of the material realm. It's treated. So people, generally reciprocate the way they get
It's
treated.
a cry
So,
for help too. People are, acting bad because on some level they want to be corrected, I think, so a lot of the time. Can I give my week in review, or are you still kind of going in yours? Because I did want to do like a free form combo, but I did have notes of my week.
okay, yes, I'll mute and you give your week in review.
Cool. So, well, I'm doing some rather interesting. Well, I got on to Steve McRae's yesterday. That was wicked. Yeah. And we talked about all sorts of stuff. I probably stayed on too long. I should have left, but it just didn't seem like I couldn't find a graceful way to exit, These people on Discord were just like, peace out, not even saying anything, and it's rather jarring at times, but
You brought someone else on.
whatever.
And I'm not sure if that was someone you'd argue with and it got kind of unfriendly.
Hmm?
What are
you talking about?
You were on for like 45 minutes and then he brought someone else on for a 3-way conversation. The other guy was substantially less friendly to you than the host.
Oh yeah, he definitely already knew me at the end. He was just like, fuck you!
I don't
That
know
was
that
the
other
best
person.
bit at
But
the end.
there's someone that you knew from another platform.
I don't know who this guy is, and I don't give a fuck. Just saying. But yeah, at the end, he couldn't help himself because I was just like, my usual cheerful self, and I managed to induce him to say, "Fuck you, Jen." I don't even know over what
Yeah.
is. It was
I
like
mentioned, like, best
university all
behavior.
over again.
Some people function where they have a best behavior mode. Some people don't even have a best behavior mode, and then certain surroundings. So you could get a person in a place where they really should be on their best behavior, but because they're used to interacting with you on a different level, come in and then they're just straight, whatever. So it seemed. I just I listened to it this
Cognitive
morning.
dissonance, like you said, with me doing the debate and all the people being like, "Oh, I don't like Jen," when really it's just like, "Oh, I wish I could debate, but I can't." So yeah, I guess I have to do some axioms for my top-down theory.
You seem to be making it kind of like the Jewish explanation for anti-Semitism is just like jealousy. Like people hate Jews because they're jealous, and like that's basically the reason. As opposed to my general assessment is people reciprocate the harsh condition of the material world. People,
I think those are both true, Doovid. I don't think they're in conflict.
Jealousy. I mean, people just reciprocate how they're treated and doesn't have anything. It's nothing about you. They're just treating you the way that they're reciprocating the way that they have interaction. It's not like they're necessarily jealous of you that's causing them to act in a particular negative way. But if you want to put it that way, and that's it's the classic thing that people use to explain anti-Semitism. They're just jealous.
I don't think that's the sole reason. I think it can be one of those two or maybe something else, but don't try to say jealousy is not a factor in people being assholes. I know, because I'm a constant target of jealousy. Like, that's me. That's not everybody.
Yeah,
I don't want to go into reasons of why.
We argue, but you could finish your week in review, but it's mentioned that I don't think it's jealousy.
You wish it wasn't, but it obviously is. It's just like, come on, just don't be so immature as to not say it. Come on. Like,
we talk about that later, just like a level
modesty is good, but false modesty is fake. You realize that false modesty is not actually virtuous. Just to be clear on that. All right.
I mean,
so,
say if someone my parents beat me, and like everywhere I went to school, I got beaten, and everyone treated me like crap. And then you meet someone who, their parents were very nice to them and never beat them, and they never had, a tough day in their life. And you say, okay, so they want to share the pain, and so they're jealous of this person. They're like a high birth, like because you took high birth, you didn't have to go through the pain and struggles of the people who took lower birth. So you could put it on that realm where you took high birth, and you're used to interacting with people in a way that suffering is like that. And so you put it like a jealousy level. It might be, you could call it part of it, but say, no, I mean, I took low birth. That's how I was treated. That's how I interacted with people. I didn't even know there was another way.
People get ignored, dude. Same thing.
I mean, it's a higher level of suffering. We're saying person took lower birth, they suffer more. And I mean, in certain realms, all people suffer, but it's saying that implying that the behavior is specifically targeted for you because of some factor of what you call jealousy.
People are saying that there's a problem with the stream, but from where for me, it seems okay. Can you see anything? I feel like we're down to like 3 viewers. Let's see if it's. Just want to check that this is actually going out. On my end, it seems to be working on my end, but I'm not.
Well, I have the volume down, but yeah, I keep on seeing the circle. So
Yeah.
buffering.
Well, to me, it's still working, so I guess we'll just give it a minute.
Working is just buffering, so people probably can't hear or just cutting out, only hear part of it.
The Euclidean axioms, which seem a bit ridiculous. Draw a straight line between 2 points and describe a circle with any center and radius. That would appear to be the same assertion in a lot of ways. So, and a line instead of a circle and a straight line, because a circle kind of contains a straight line, doesn't it? It's kind of predicated on a straight line. Okay, still people are saying it's still buffering. To me, it's fine. Just please let me know if it's whatever. Give us a status report in the chat if you can. I'm sorry that sucks. It seems to be working on my end, though. Okay, so right there, it seems incredibly sloppy what these axioms are even saying. So continuously extend a finite straight line into a straight line. So this is the infinity principle. Yeah, so you're basically looking at a bottom-up point line plane quote coordinate system, like go from a 0, 1, 2, 3D objects. That's metaphysical. So how's it looking? I see there's 12 people watching, so I'm hoping it's like every time I've checked it, it's been working. So, and it looks pretty much fine. So somebody can say how it's going. That would be great. So basically I looked at the axioms and tried to just pick something related that was sane, because to use the term very broadly, distorts the field of light, if we want to call it a field, right? Cue screeching. And that's why we use it, because it changes, distorts whatever the light, so that we can see more essentially light and corresponding to detail on like a cell or something. That's the point. So that's a metaphor for calculus. Calculus works because it's sort of cheating in a way and give extra accuracy. You can compare that with doping a signal with noise to get better enhancements. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, well, there's actually information in the noise that actually, I don't know. It's like, whoa, it's almost like there's entanglement or something, which means correlated dimensions or something. Time crystals. So we really have to look at it from a top down. 3 + 1 to 3 to 2. Yeah. Because nothing else is going to make sense. If you actually want a physical model where the axioms are actually going to predict your laws of physics, give you a way to predict them, they can't be functioning the way that a microscope functions, because that's not how reality functions. So calculus is like a microscope. It works because it distorts reality. You can't then say, well, the universe works on the principle of a microscope, because a microscope works to enhance the qualities of reality. Attributes of reality. That doesn't follow. That's basically crazier than turtles. Like, Memes of Destruction did a video, I think it was this week, where he's talking about turtles being some sort of important geometric array or mathematical formula. I was like, at least presupposing you can map any mathematical concept onto reality is extremely, I don't know. It's a big assumption, let's put it that way. So you want to be careful with big assumptions. So yeah, Euclid, a lot of this stuff, I'm not going to lie, it ain't labeled to me at all. I thought it was the other way around for quite a while, and now that I heard it's the other, I'm just like, whoa. Because let's face it, they would have known at that time that this is what it is doing, and it incentivizes all sorts of bad behavior, which is something we were talking about at the end of the last week review, which is like how it incentivizes complacency and never taking a stand and making really dumb arguments that are completely abstruse and perhaps unfalsifiable, but trying to make them seem like they might be plausibly falsifiable in an alternate universe, where logic is anything you can conceive of, which is anything that doesn't go against axioms that have no correspondence to reality, or that are completely tautological, like A equals A. Ask anyone in math or physics what that means. They'll say it's tautological or trivial, and that's not a good thing. Trivial is uninteresting. Okay. So there'll have to also be something in there about non-commutativity, because obviously nature's non-commutative, but the measurement limit is commutative, right? So we have a local non-commutativity, but a global commutativity. So it's all really just about reconciling this stuff, and ultimately, what is it that makes that separate? What is it that makes it two things not the same thing? Not about what makes two things the same thing. What makes two things different? What are the degrees of differentiation? So I was thinking about like having different voices, because English kind of has a sarcastic voice, a pleading voice. Like it doesn't even really acknowledge that it has voices, but it kind of does. Because you could say like there's a different voice when people are in a fight versus like when there's in a chill combo, like say like mutually antagonized voice or whatever. So I was thinking like to make different types of voices where there's the conscious, the subjective, the meta-subjective, which is like intersubjective, and then the meta-intersubjective and the para-intersubjective for like how high a level of meaningful levels of abstraction you can make on a conscious phenomena. And then finally get on to the Godon law. I don't know if I can pronounce that out loud. Ontological voice, which is where you can speak for God. And the next step up from that would be the Godon-ontological voice, which is where kind of God, but with a slight joke. And then Godon-kalon bitch, please don't make me go all Godon-logical on your ass right up in this bitch, please voice, which would be the finally vaguely threatening street God voice variant. Oh, and I had this other meme that I hadn't done yet, which is the shitting vacuum theory, which is a really good but gross way to describe the cosmology. Only use under specific circumstances versus, so the Chad, that, and the Virgin Big Bang, Big Crunch, incredibly sterile, cosmologically, so cosmology / metaphysics. Okay, what else? I got a bunch of really messy notes here, but I had this awesome drawing that I did about, it was like a reformulation on Plato's cave. So I'm going to think of a way. I haven't actually made a diagram of it yet, just a sketch with my awesome booklet thing. But all right, so I'm about done with my week in review, but I did want to talk about that debate on the Arjun channel. I didn't get through the pile of comments on it either. So let's see here. I was disappointed that people would rather ad hom than concede that they lost. Not even about losing a debate, just conceding even just one frickin' point. One frickin' point, right? So it does look like the stream's back from what I could see. Conceding a point doesn't mean you lost the debate, but refusing to concede a point ever makes it seem like you don't have a good position to defend. And so you're just basically like defending a progressively smaller territory desperately. Okay, what drive did oh yeah. Exceptions are a big part of master morality. So when do you do the thing you don't want to do, but sometimes have to do to maintain order? So that's the exception where it's like, well, don't want to do this thing, but I will if I have to. And when I have to is this time where it clicks the karma to do the Socratic method. Like, I hate to appeal to this karma thing, but it is not putting good vibes out there to do the Socratic method. And I had a bit of hope at the beginning of the Delahunty debate where that it seemed like it was going to be respectful, but by the end it was going in a direction where it seemed like he really just didn't respect at all the religion. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And yeah, I've got some other, oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think it was
What
a
you
debate.
said in your, I just want to say real quick, what you said in your opening there about like, it made me think about the Mean Girls, made me think of sorority boys and this recurring theme of boys acting mean like that, like the jock sort of mean guy. And I wonder how much that is like a movie thing. Yeah, cool. What were you gonna say?
I didn't think the Dillahunty was even a debate. It was kind of him kind of probing, asking questions. Arjun probably he's not qualified for like a debate and to defend. So just seemed kind of like a conversation. And yeah, I mean, Dylan, feeble minds to have some sort of happy life or some sort of structure. There's purpose to religion. But it was generally a friendly conversation. I would say, if he's an atheist, that's what he believes. So, I mean, kind of like with Joanna, she's an atheist. She doesn't think any of the religious stuff is true, and at most, it's just for the weak or feeble, people need a crutch or social, some sort of structure. And Arjun, he knows a decent amount, but he doesn't know enough philosophy or debate to really structured way even to answer these questions. We're just saying that there's no logic, there's no evidence at all. So so that if he believes in the Vedas, he believes in the tradition. Well, why does he believe in it? And he didn't really have any good answers. So it was more Dillahunty just asking basic questions like, "What do you believe? What do you practice?" And in kind of a respectful way that you might be able to ask anybody about their beliefs or practices. Well, obviously, because he's atheist, he was mentioning the lack of evidence, and Arjun maybe could step up and start defending the stuff in debate format. It'll take quite a bit of work, quite a bit of training, and then the level of generic arguments in favor of spirituality or God versus defending the Vedas or tradition or Krishna or something straightforward, that he's probably just not there yet. So it wasn't even a debate. And, to me, it was kind of like Dillahunty just prepping him or probing him with the type questions that he would be hidden if he actually did a debate. So it was probably pretty good. It looks like he got quite a few viewerships. I guess, Dillahunty, most of the people are there for him, because Arjun usually gets in the low 100 views. And so almost all the views there were his people. And, probably took it easy on him or easy on the tradition. And if you just want to say, like, I follow my religion because it makes structure in my life, because it's the tradition of my ancestors, because of various reasons, and that it's not true, that I can't bring any logical evidence that my religion is true. If that's too much of a dissonance, like my mother's head of her department was young, so that it keeps me disciplined. Say okay, maybe it's not true, but it works out well for me in my personal life to maintain these practices, versus you're going to try to defend that it's true. And it's a pretty difficult thing to do for anybody in any religion. And then you come back to the Greeks and to philosophy, where defending it is usually these generic philosophical, ontological, metaphysical arguments that aren't necessarily specific to religions. Like, I'm defending Judaism, but then I'm quoting like the Greeks and the Enlightenment philosophers, not really the rabbis, because I'm framing it more in a philosophical terms and some other perspective. Saying, okay, I follow my belief, as opposed to the mainstream objective science, evolutionary atheism, as opposed to, in a world of uncertainty, that there's enough reason me to follow my traditions, as opposed to evolution or something like that. Like, I've read the evidence, I've thought about these things, and there's good and bad points to all systems, and you don't want to lose the footing in one of these debates where it's just kind of like, why are you doing these stupid rituals and these stupid practices? They're following this dumb ancient book that there's no way it's true, so he wasn't that rude.
It's easy to come back and it's like, why you're basing your whole culture around shitting on India. What is India, the world toilet? Like, are you that insecure? It's very easy to come back on those points.
No, he didn't seem like he was specifically anti-Indian. He almost sounded more kind of like he was glad to be talking to non-biblical, because it sounds like he gives the same arguments against the Bible or Judeo-Christian. He's usually debating against Christians. So I don't think Hinduism or Krishna was any less reasonable than Christianity. So atheists like that in a consistent manner, where and he may have even took it easy from his perspective. He probably even took it easy on Arjun, as opposed to, like, if he was a Christian, he would have really hit on him. Because he wasn't a Christian, he took it easy on him just to kind of find out what the hell this guy actually believes.
Wow. That's one explanation.
That was my interpretation. And you come against something where you like.
Just hang on a second. For some reason, the thing's frozen. I was trying to. Yeah, we just lost the connection. Sorry, I gotta reconnect. Sorry. I'll come back in a second. All right.
Yeah.
Doooovid. No. I'm not into everything he's into, but some of the composite materials, I love that. I'm not so much into chess. I like, actually, his coverage of chess. I'm like, there should be like an ESP. He's like an ESPN commentator, and I'm like, he actually, like, the way he goes into it, I'm like, it's like listening to a soccer match. It's like listening to a baseball game. He's naturally into it. He understands the moves, and he does it in an entertaining
Another thing
fashion.
I realized is that his unwillingness to laugh at basically anything has caused me to become like exponentially funnier, because I'm trying.
He's a great man. And well, he's Orthodox, he's Jewish and everything. I may have just made one of those up. I apologize, Doooovid. But it's like, no, he's a holy man. He practices. He chants. Maybe I'm not so much into the chants. I realize I'm a terrible Jew. I'm Jewish on the wrong side. But these things happen. Nobody's perfect.
For those who were around last year, you know that was with livestream a woman by the name of Jennifer. She runs the YouTube channel Church of Entropy, where she basically just poses her ideas, calls herself a god, and then puts down anyone who criticizes her ideas. And she gets very, very... The images she had women were incredibly... I was in a Discord chat where Jen just happened to be. Jen said that she is infallible, and I called her delusional. She called me a disingenuous snick. She brought up my situation from last year. I called her delusional because she is delusional. And and I got booted from the server. Kurt read through the chat. He thinks that Jen did not begin the insulting, but actually she was insulting people before I showed up. Kurt is going to have Jen Sharf on for an interview. Jen cannot answer questions about her theory without getting upset. She can't handle criticism at all. She has ruined her reputation with multiple people. She's a pigeon on a chessboard. She just shits on the chessboard and flips it over. But I'm looking forward to watching her humiliate herself on Kurt Jaimungal's stream. And Kurt, you're a dope. I read her insults. She can't do that.
Like classical theists, like the people that believe in like an actual deity or like a mind that created the universe. What's your opinion on people like that?
Primordial form of idolatry is personalism. Maladaptive anthropomorphism just arises due to the flawed nature of subjectivity, imperfect, temporary nature of our existence. So I would say inevitable, sad, would like to assist and support people to move towards a state of personalism without vibe of like forcing them.
All right, strong atheist. Go ahead. Any questions?
Yeah, I was listening to you say that everyone decides things based on emotions, and I can't see as atheists do that. Can you explain that, please?
Everybody does things based on emotional reasons. Usually it's a desire to be perceived as intelligent. Also could be desire to conform. Those are emotional drives. So is the desire for knowledge. The desire to be perceived as intelligent and the desire for knowledge come from essentially different places. They'll have different profiles, even though adherents claim motivated by the same thing.
Okay, my opinion really is that
Hello, we're back. Sorry about that. Whoops. Let's hope we can regain our composure there. I'm sorry. Please continue, Doovid. We are live and good to go.
Yes, I guess that's all I got. I mean, if you want, we could just do a quick show this week, especially if you're going to have continued technical difficulties.
No, I think that was an isolated thing. I was trying to send the email to Project Sigma Dialectic if he wanted to come on and talk, because I didn't know if he wanted to, so I sent it to him, but it ended up just crashing my entire thing. So whoops. I have to look into that. Anyway, we didn't really fully go into the whole. I mean, I thought we spent a little more time talking about the Dillahunty versus Arjun thing. In terms of the content of it, like, was there a clear winner? Or?
It wasn't even. It wasn't really even a debate. It wasn't even a platform. They're saying Arjun's not ready to debate Dillahunty. I mean, Dillahunty easily crushed, the neurosurgeon. Arjun wouldn't have stood a chance. So it wasn't even a debate. I mean, even if you're on the side of Arjun, you're kind of saying like, okay, like, no, I mean, you don't concede. You'd say like, okay, like, I wasn't ready for the debate. I didn't have the points or the answers to the question. But did that dissonance cause me to actually change my life, my belief system? Like, oh, I'm going to dump, Krishna consciousness because I lost a debate. Unlikely. That's not usually how people operate. So you have the dissonance. Like, I live this lifestyle, even though it probably doesn't really make sense, or it makes sense to me. It provides me a happy lifestyle. or because I'm going to, I believe it's true. I believe I'm going to be able to convince other people it's true, and going to go through the efforts of studying and working hard to be able to, deliver on that. So, so it wasn't really a debate. Arjun's, he's kind of out of his league in that, and like he's got a lot of work to do before he really even debate anybody, let alone like a expert atheist or something like that. And but you can have a conversation. I'm saying like God forbid it doesn't, saying like you don't have, it doesn't have to be like a big thing where it's going to be a debate, and and what does it mean to lose a debate? And say if you're not a seasoned debater, you don't know rhetoric or logic, or you haven't well thought through your positions, you're going to lose the debate to a superior opponent. I mean, they even argued on that point about logic, where Arjun said, like, if you're good with logic, you could argue anything. He probably meant rhetoric. If you're good with rhetoric, you might be able to argue any point. But
Did he actually say that? If you're good at logic, you can argue anything. Wow, that's telling, isn't it?
Well, he probably meant rhetoric, but I mean, he's not seasoned in his. He probably heard other people and he's trying to copy things, but it just didn't work. He's not ready. I mean, Delante's like, I guess, the big league. He's one of the. He's got like over 100,000 subs, and people are probably curious about Hinduism, Hare Krishna, Vedic. They see it, and you could say, okay, why would anybody do this? And it can't be logic. It can't be because they think it's true. There could be other factors, because a lot of people do a lot of things not based off of logic. And if you're an atheist, my brother, even like religion is basically for the weak, because the truth is more scary of nihilism. That like even Jennifer Doooovid starts talking too much about violence and everyone wants to kill each other. Even Jennifer starts getting scared. And it's saying like, no, that's just a fact.
Just annoyed because it's a pointless and stupid topic. That's deflection.
No, I'm saying it's nihilism. It's saying that's the fact of human nature. That your
nihilism is one thing, violence is another.
Well, if you look at that, like, no, that's just human nature. Like, that's the fact about the human animal. If that's not what you see inaccurately, and because your weakness and your inability to see accurately, you believe in some religion, some something to just make you more comfortable, to hide the greater reality of the world. So if you're an
how
atheist,
do these atheists not realize that same criticism applies to them 10 times worse, because they don't get anything out of it? The stories are like moral, plus they're better than any movie. Plus there's always one ready for every possible situation that could ever happen. So even if we were just going based on stories, it's still unbeatable. But, that's aside the whole, it's the only reason you have science, what you call science. Now, that'd probably be a bigger selling point. But people aren't going to buy that, though.
well, if you just take, even JF, argue to the extreme of materialism and nihilism. Like, no, your life is all of our lives are completely meaningless. When we die, that's the end of us. There's nothing that's going to survive. God forbid, if it would cause us pain, but if any of us were to die a horrible death, it basically doesn't matter. The universe is completely indifferent to our suffering, and there is no such thing as good or bad. There is no such thing as right or wrong. But if you're going to say that those are the hard, cold facts of science and philosophy, and it's difficult to deal with the truth, and therefore people have systems like religion or belief systems that are irrational, based on a dissonance and largely out of a weakness of being able to accept the facts. Saying like power structures, low birth. It's like no one cares what you think. Like, no, you're never going to accomplish it. However, you don't have to put it like that much of a. You don't have to take it negative. It's just atheists. You're saying there is nothing there. There is no meaning to life. You could have some sort of utilitarianism. You could still try to be a good person, have some sort of preferences, have some sort of structure.
What does utilitarianism have to do with being a good person?
utilitarianism is going to define what it means to be a good person. Mean to say that it doesn't matter. You
Yeah,
can't.
I want to live in a world where all anyone's concerned with is what they can use me for. That seems like a great place, you know? I'll go somewhere and everyone will be like, oh, what can I use Jen for? That's not a predatory environment at all. That's a wonderful life, isn't it?
We're saying the fact is there is no karma. That God forbid people could murder and rape and steal. And if they get away with it, they get away with it. There is no arc that bends towards justice. There is no karma. Karma is an imaginary, fictional element that's made up in religion to make people feel more comfortable. And so if you're taking that view, people believe in religion because they're weak, because they want to believe in karma. And you say, okay, I'm a good person where I try to treat people positively, even though I know there's no reward for it, even though I know there is no karma, there is no God. And you could have, the utilitarian classical tragedy of the commons type view that people have to act this way in order to have a structured society or mutual selfishness or whatever. But I mean, this is a classical atheistic view. And there's a lot of arguments against atheism, but Arjun wasn't there yet, really. He has some points. I'm saying Arjun's a smart guy; he knows quite a bit. But
well, Dillahunty put him in a position where he had to cite an instantiation of a divine personality, or oh hell yeah! If only you had one of those kicking around. But I guess next lifetime, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's like if you're a Hindu in India and you're talking about Jesus and the resurrection and it's like, you can't be serious. God does not die. God does not, that's ridiculous. There's no chance. And so basically like Krishna of the Vedas, just like zero chance. Like whatever you're saying, there's no way this is true. You want to say that
he's like, well, you have to put faith in the Vedas. I'm like, what are you putting faith in? The authority of, okay, let's put that to the side. It's like you can demonstrate the validity of Vedic teachings to a higher degree than anything else. It's like, hello, this is called a proof of concept, okay? It is a demonstration of functionality, okay? You can demonstrate it works. If you straw man it, you're a liar. That's what the Socratic method seems to incentivize. Not talking about you, Doovid, specifically, but it just seems to incentivize a straw manning for the purposes of
debunking. Method. There was no Socratic method in that. It wasn't even. Socratic method is that it's specific for usually teacher-student situations. It's not supposed to be used in debates.
Dillahunty's like, oh, your views don't reflect reality. That's a Socratic belief. Your views should reflect reality. Reality is logical. Your views should be logical. None of that is self-evident. That's all Socratic assumptions.
Yeah, but it's not. Socratic method is the method. Socratic worldview.
Yes, and it's a forthcoming method from the axioms. And just because they're unstated doesn't mean they aren't there. And just because they have not yet been stated doesn't mean they can't be.
We're just saying that that you have an inconsistent, incoherent worldview. It's like, okay, so what?
Exactly.
So you believe in a bunch of nonsense. So what? and so it's a debate, and you're talking belief systems, or someone's proposing atheism as opposed to something else, and you're saying that something else is
way more to what he believes. It's just hilarious that. Did you see the convo that I had with McRae there and his co-streamers and everything? Like, did you see the whole thing about when it got to evolution, like how it became more? I
listened to 2x. Like, it kind of
people became pretty upset.
You couldn't even give a timestamp, like just like because I listened in 2-speed, and then like I started listening an hour. And because I thought you came on an hour, and then it was like you came on 30 minutes, so I had to go back in the conversation. So I was kind of irritated that it's like, you can't even give me a timestamp. It's like some 2-hour video, and like I don't know when you come on. And then I started listening, and go back. So I think it made it hard to.
I'm sorry, and I'll try to not have that happen again. I'll get the timestamp next time.
Yeah, I mean, how complicated could it be? You know, it's not you're just if you don't know when you came on, it's you're the conversation. I mean, someone could try to figure out that on their own, but I showed like 100 plus hours of videos I found this week. I want to waste my time, trying to find out where it starts, and but I mean, it was a decent conversation. I'm not sure, Vinka, if you were just feeling out or I don't know anything about McRae, and maybe enough happened. I don't even really remember anything from that conversation. Like it was just like, I mean, there were a few points where he was asking basic questions, but not like it slipped my mind. I think I was playing chess while I was listening to it in 2-speed, and then I was irritated that you couldn't give me a timestamp. Well, I did probably listen to it for like half an hour.
Yeah, they got it was, yeah. I was like, you have presuppositions in biology as well, which are the DNA thing. And those are unfalsifiable. It's like, well, he's like saying that they believe them because they have evidence for them. It's like, no, your evidence is obtained under the presumption that this is how it works. I think maybe that's what it is. Is this like a quote racist model, but people don't think about it that way. But it is. It's genetic determinism, and isn't that what people say is racist? I mean, there's obviously it's causing this kind of behavior.
I'm not sure you made. Now I remember that part, like eye color. You're saying like, no, I mean, genes are predictive. I remember, like the rabbi at the downtown synagogue mentioned they had someone from the Kaiser Foundation or something. I mentioned that she had genetic testing, and they were right that
okay.
their kid was they looked at the DNA.
Yeah.
And
right.
said that her daughter would have blonde hair,
all that
curly
establishes
blonde hair and blue eyes, and it was the gene that we know the marker in
that
the gene,
establishes,
and then you could look at the gene,
yeah, right,
and say that this is the eye color of the person within a percentage range.
I'm aware of how it works.
All these different factors, and then I mean, you were even on that stream with autism, where the Israeli researcher went to Harvard also was talking about the predictive genes for autism, but it's saying like, no, I mean race is just one thing. If you want to say that genetic determinism is racist, we're saying that if you're taking JF, it's not just race, everything is in the genes, and it is predictive because you could see the genes beforehand and predict numerous traits with the high accuracy that the person's going to have.
That means that genetics are in the causal chain of eye color and whatever else. That doesn't mean the genetics are the prime mover. Period.
You don't have to be the prime mover to be predictive. I'm saying there's something at a deeper level going on. I say like if I predict that I fill up my car with gas and it's going to get so much combustion or whatever, there might be something happening at a deeper level, but that's a basic prediction. If you look at DNA is made up of molecules and quantum particles, but at a certain macro structure, you have DNA and genes, and they're specific that they're base pairs, and they're identifiable, and they're predictive of macro phenomena. Like for example, like I was mentioning eye color, that you could see the gene, you could locate exactly where it is, and you could predict what a person eye color is going to be, and it doesn't matter that there's smaller levels in quantum effect, because at the level of the gene, it's predictive of an outcome.
Right. And then so to take that and turn around and say genetics predicts everything is ridiculous and naive and presupposing the conclusion and an axiom and self-referential and invalid and untrue.
But I mean,
so that's probably why the evolution people are so mad. They know on some level their theory doesn't make sense.
Was that what he was becoming? JF argues that. But
JF argues like an even stronger version, but
honestly,
it is a presupposition of biology that genetics determine phenotype.
What I heard about that is saying that like genetics is predictive, We're just saying like a computer code is predictive. You say, well, computer code is just it's just language.
Okay, a
It's not
computer
a real thing.
algorithm
But
is not predictive of anything. It is a dictatorial. It is it follows instructions. You tell it what it's like a robot that you program.
It's
A
predictive.
loving robot.
There's other elements that make the system work. There's more going on than that, but within the system, that's predictive.
Well, sure, if words have no meaning, then sure, it's predictive. Absolutely.
Yes, I didn't see. I mean, honestly, I didn't see what point you were.
The point is that
you're trying to make, or if you're saying you're just being argumentative to be argumentative. So
the point is that
I didn't get much out of
they're saying
that conversation.
Okay, so it's hilarious because it seems like we should have the same opinion on evolution, but we don't somehow. I mean, we both agree that everything comes from God and that the species are forms made by God. And where's this? I mean, on the metaphysical level.
Genetics. I didn't even mention evolution.
I'm not denying that genetics exists. I'm denying that genetics can determine phenotype. That's a ridiculous assertion and not based in fact. It's an axiom.
Well, I can't even mention evolution, but I mean, genetic engineering is a fact. If you could change a gene, and that would have a take in phenotype, if you could engineer the gene where a person has blue, green, or brown eyes and change it, and that change makes it so the person has that change. It's predictive, and it doesn't have anything to necessarily do with evolution. So that's the science of genetics. It's a predictive factual science, and genetics isn't. There's parts of evolution in genetics, but it's like no. I mean, genetics is relatively. We have the human genome. It's extremely well known that there's thousands of genes, and we know exactly what they code for, and there's even the ability to look into a fetus and map out their code and predict large number of traits that will be manifest in phenotype at a later time. That doesn't
mean that the gene predicts the phenotype.
Well, you're just playing like a word game of what predicting.
There's a correlation between them. That's what that says.
It doesn't predict. I mean, it's saying that
you're the one saying the word predict. I'm saying there's a correlation. Yes, that's been established. Genes don't predict phenotype, though. That's an assumption that has no basis. This isn't true. That isn't being difficult. That's being skeptical. I'm the real skeptic.
Gene doesn't predict, it codes, saying that you could prove, so to say, that genetics is accurate by making predictions, by, so to say, like if Jennifer were to be pregnant with a child and they took a genetic they ran the genetics of her child and they predicted a whole bunch of phenotypes, and then when the child was actually born they would see whether the predictions were accurate or not. But I'm saying genetics isn't predictions. Genetics is saying it's code, that the gene is code for the phenotype and the level of genetic determinism of everything. You're saying like, no, I mean, Jennifer might, if you have the genetic testing and it says that Jennifer's child is going to have brown eyes and curly hair or straight hair or whatever, and she says, no, I'm gonna meditate really hard and my kid's going to have blue eyes and straight hair, even though the genetics said opposite. It's like, no, it's code. The gene is code, and the fetus in your body will have that phenotype, and there's nothing you, as the mother, the bearer of that child, could do to change that outcome. I mean, it's because it's code. And it's just from the science level, it's a prediction that could be tested. It's say that if Jennifer had a child, that while the baby's in your room, they could test the DNA and make a whole bunch of predictions about the phenotype. And then when the child's actually born, they were able to test whether those predictions were accurate or not. And something like eye color is a well-known thing. And even here in the U.S., people do that. You could, any mother could go for like, $90 or whatever and take your, get a sample of your DNA of the fetus in the womb, give a whole bunch of predictions of what the child's going to be like based on genetic code. And it's not even really prediction. It's saying it's a code, so it's not even predicting. And God forbid if it's illegal, like the abortion debate, you're saying that it's not like a prediction that the kid's going to have this sort of abnormality or sickness. It's a fact. It's in the code, and therefore the woman could have abortion because it's factual. We've seen the code, and we know that the kid's going to have this sickness. There's no chance that the child's going to be born normal because the DNA is the code, and that's what's going to be. Some of the science in terms of testing it is a prediction, but in terms of understanding of genetics isn't a prediction. Genetic is the code that determines the structure of everything of the organism, including phenotype. So I don't really understand what point you're making. You're saying there's other factors in it. You say, okay, God runs the world. What's the nature of the material realm?
I'm saying essentially everything's determined by the mind, which is the local monad in the body. And so the genetics are not the prime mover, and all the information's in the prime mover. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you have these questions like, when does life start? When does the mind enter the fetus? And you're saying the mind, that once the sperm impregnates the egg, the genes is determinative. The mind doesn't have any change factor on the DNA. So if the sperm that hits the egg is going to have all these factors, and the mind can't change that. That say if there's a mind controlling factor, like we have blue eyes or brown eyes, or any of the phenotypical aspects that is coded for in the genes, that once the sperm and the egg connect, that's determinative. The mind can't have any effect on it.
Keep telling yourself that. Maybe in a couple
You're
of
going to have an
millennia it'll be
understanding
true.
of a dualistic understanding, like the mind is a separate thing that eventually enters the fetus at a certain time, versus a code. And when the sperm impregnates the egg, that the code is written, and everything that's deterministic by the code can't be changed by mind.
That's definitional. Still not really what the people who are promoting evolution biology are saying, though. Again, you've done the Socratic shuffle so many times. I'm actually dizzy, but I'm impressed.
I'm not even talking about, like, I don't believe in evolution.
Ironically, you had the opposite fight this week with Girl, which makes me think you just like getting in fights, which is fine. Make some good combos. Well, you are taking a position in favor of genetic evolution now, or you're taking a pro-evolution stance.
I didn't mention it. I'm just talking genetics. I'm not talking evolution.
Everything you're saying is consistent with genetics and evolution, because those are the same thing. If you haven't noticed, there's not
evolution
really
is implying change of one species to another over time, or that we came from simpler organisms. I'm just talking about the mechanism of how genetics works. I didn't even mention evolution.
Evolution has the same presupposition of genetic determinism, which of course nobody wants to admit. That would be racist.
Not necessarily. I'm saying that, because they're different but
yes,
generally evolution works on genetic, say determinism, random mutations, and those mutations determine. But there's a certain factor of environments, like
you mean the, what is it? Phenotype.
And saying like, no, I don't believe in evolution. I believe in mind and dualism.
God. And my head hurts just thinking about this stuff.
By saying that the eye color is not determined by, I mean, you could look at mind in a certain way, but saying eye color is not determined by mind. Eye color is determined by material factors. Phenotype, the majority of phenotype, and even.
So what do spiritual factors determine then?
Was saying I am not this body. My mind
is
separate from this body. That this body is largely genetically determined by the DNA code. And I didn't mention anything like evolution and change in the DNA code, or that code having adapted from simpler species, think this body, yes, is largely determined from genetic code, but my mind doesn't exist in the material realm. My mind exists in the spiritual realm and has absolutely nothing to do with the genetic code. That would be my system, my understanding. And there's a connection between the mind and the body. If you're looking like an abortion type, you'll understand what, or having, abortion doesn't, you don't even have to mention that, God forbid. But some sort of question: when does life start? When does the mind enter the body, the fetus, or if it's a stage? And saying if my mind pre-existed or on a spiritual realm, these are your topics worth discussing. But it's saying like, no, the I has nothing to do with, has very little to do with the body. That my mind is completely in a different realm than my body, and that's why I say I am not my body. And to say that my body, didn't source from evolution, but my body is largely coded for by DNA. And if you did a sample of my mother and father and my trait, you would see that you basically my material mechanism, my material body and phenotype was largely coded for by my genetics that came from my parents. When my father's sperm hit my mother's egg.
Sure. In my tradition, the way we see it is that the mind forms the body. So the body would be the bottom or the concrete realm of the local monad, which is the mind.
You say so DNA is like false?
DNA is not false, Doovid. That presumes I'm doing some sort of idiotic excluded middle LARP. You do realize more than one thing can be true at the same time, right?
The material mechanism of
DNA is probably the interface between the mind and the body. It seems to be the best explanation I could see at this point, or some part of the hierarchy of DNA.
They have nothing to do with each other.
Spears thing. Well, it wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
The mind has nothing to do with DNA. Say like eye color doesn't have anything.
No, the mind is the ordering principle. There's no ordering principle without the mind. The body's ordered.
Yeah, but saying if you're talking global,
the mind pre-exists the body. That's
global ordering principle versus there has to be some mind to hold together. It's complicated topics. If you
no, it's really not complicated. It's just that people get the wrong idea, and then it multiplies because of people just aren't great at correcting themselves.
I think you have multiple factors. I mean, obviously, say my father was producing sperm that were largely the same from when he hit puberty till today. He's still producing sperm, although one of those sperm impregnated my mother's egg that produced me. And there's variation among the sperm in my father from the one that trillions or however many sperm over his lifetime for the one that impregnated my mother and made me. And you could look at it like all sperm has mind. I mean that there's a greater mind of my father than there's the mind. I think the sperm is a single cell organism. You could look at the sperm as part of the larger body, or you could look at the sperm as a standalone single cell organism that contains DNA. But the single cell organism of the sperm has, so to say, a mind of its own, but it's also part of the greater mind of the being. And then when I became my own separate entity, or if I'm reincarnated or the source of my mind, if you want to say enters, there's like I'm a dualist, that doesn't enter, that my mind exists in a separate realm from my body. So there's a mind aspect of the sperm of the body element. So in the Kabbalistic, you have your three levels of the soul. You have the soul in the flesh, you have the soul of speech, and the higher level soul, which would be completely neshama, which in Kabbalistic level only exists in Jews, or Platonic level, a tripartite. But the soul that resides in the blood is like the soul of the sperm, that it's just an animalistic, determinative, materialistic process, that the sperm had a soul, and that soul combined with the soul of the egg. If the egg is a single cell organism, that Jennifer has a soul, and there's a greater soul that includes the monthly eggs that she produces or whatever. But then the single cell organism of the egg is its own organism, is its own unique soul, and that. But there's a lower level. So the soul of the body that resides in the blood, like Arjun said, sperm is a form of blood, just like milk is a form of blood, according to the Vedas, or depending on biological.
No.
How you look at it, I mean, milk and sperm are types of blood, but
That's not Vedic. I'm sorry. I know what Ayurveda says about these things, and it's governed by Shrotas, Rakta, etc. This is not what is. There's no blood unifying principle in the Vedas, dude.
Well, he said that in his debate with Dilhani about milk, that milk is a form of blood, but I'd have to look it up. I'm pretty sure that it is described as a type of blood, but regardless of the mechanism, the lowest level of the soul that resides in the blood, and there's a higher level of the soul of speech, which is connected to the physical platform, because speech is produced by the body, and then the higher level of the soul that includes higher level thought, abstract ideas, some sort of personality, greater me, has basically no connection to the material realm. And there might be some sort of superstructure between the spiritual, like I put in my diagram from the other week about math and logic, and that math and logic could be looked as a unifying factor between the spiritual and material realm, and maybe the structure of the DNA matches some sort of meta pattern, or possibly the soul pattern is completely separate and there is no similar laws governing. But that would be my understanding, that the lowest level of the soul is genetic determinism. Then you have a higher manifest level from this lowest level of the soul that, so to say, flows in the blood, that is speech. And then thought is a higher level of the soul, and it's non-material. And if you want to look like manifest, that the soul of the blood manifests speech, and then manifests the higher level of the immaterial soul, that you want to say that really it's the opposite. The immaterial soul manifests speech, and that manifests the body. But we're in the material realm, so you can't. We have our soul and our connection to our soul, but we have to look at it from the material process. That the I, that is not this body, pre-existed my body and will post-date my body, as where the I that arose from this DNA and the soul that rests in this blood will die with this body.
Mm-hmm.
And the soul that rests in the blood is largely the fact that I was going to have dark hair or dark eyes or phenotypical things or various factors, that there's environment in the higher level of thought in the soul, that whatever point, if you take some Kabbalist understanding, that the higher level of the soul doesn't enter the body till 13 or at a certain age. So different concepts, and that environmental factor of the I that's not my body, but is the controller of the body, could have an effect on the shape of the body, but the body is still within the boundary conditions of the genetics of the animal soul. That no matter how much I become in tune with my soul, it's still going to be entrapped within this body until death sets me free.
It sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, it's just a cycle of life, of life and death.
And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, but that doesn't speak to its greater truth.
It's not a prophecy. It's a science. A prophecy is like a prediction of what's going to happen at the end of days. saying this is the science of the cycle of birth and death, and the soul entering and leaving the body, or the different forms. So he's saying that that there is an animalistic soul, and that's not material, so that it flows with the blood, and it's a connection. So I mean, that there's somewhat, the interaction problem, and it's an interaction problem because it's very difficult to describe, and there probably is no accurate solution. But there's, so to say, the 3 levels of the soul, or 5 levels of the soul according to the Kabbalist, and the lowest level of the soul is interactive at the blood level, and is probably related to the DNA, as opposed to the higher level of the soul is probably completely separate from DNA and has absolutely nothing to do with DNA, and that's the part.
Or it controls DNA and orders it, and it's the ordering principle behind DNA, and nothing else makes sense.
No, because DNA
Yeah,
pre-existed. DNA
No.
existed in my father's
wishful
sperm.
thinking.
DNA, I'm saying, like, my
Not your
father-
DNA though. You harmonized that particular fertilized egg into your own consciousness. I don't even need to prove it. The nice thing is that it's the principle. It's what the principle of least action predicts. So it's great. I mean, you've got to have a bunch of conscious sperm. How many sperm is there in a single ejaculation? A gazillion? Boom.
Well, you're saying that there's a me, there's a singular me, but the me is made up of tons of cells, and the organ systems, and some of those cells are combined together for larger organs, and some of those are single cell organisms. So the sperms within me are single cell organisms, and they have their own consciousness.
And
So
what
there's a
divides
connection
the
between-
consciousness between them?
It's possible that once they're produced, that there's a separate, each sperm has its own consciousness.
You're the
Or
one saying
separate-
it. I'm asking you, if they each have their own consciousness, then what's the force separating the consciousness from each other?
Well, there may not be any force that separates consciousness.
So it's one
from-
unified consciousness, or it's nothing. It's just a subset consciousness of the mother.
What you're saying, that no, when I say I am not my body, I am a Jew, I'm a man, I have a unique soul that is not part of the material realm. So my sperm that has a soul does not have this unique higher realm. It only exists on the lowest realm of the soul. But there is a differentiation. There's the greater Doooovid, and then there's all my single cells within me, including sperm, and all of those single cells, to some extent, yes, have their own unique animalistic soul. And then there's a force of the. You could look at it in multiple truth hypotheses. One is that there is a unifying factor between all the single cell organisms within me, or you could say no, there is no unifying factor of the single cell organisms, so that once my body produces sperm, they all become their own separate entities, and they just exist within my body. And you could even look like blood cells.
I'm
not
just
sperm.
imagining a magician behind the scenes magically separating them all into different consciousnesses. It's just like the sperm. It reminds me of something I heard in the T-Jump server, which is that God created us to masturbate over. I was like, holy shit, where are people's heads at?
Well, we don't have to mention it to sperm, but I mean, to say that it wouldn't just be sperm, it would be my blood cells specifically. I mean, sperm is the example, because sperm is what creates a new organism. But just saying that the blood flowing through me right now, they're separate single cell organisms that are within my body. And whether there's a collective consciousness that controls all of my blood together, or that each separate blood cell has its own unique consciousness, and that there might be a form of collective consciousness and singularity consciousness, but it's like no, every skin cell, every blood cell has its own unique consciousness, and then there might be an aspect of it of a collective part. So I mean, consciousness, if you say, pervades everything, but is it just one pervasive consciousness everywhere, or is there some uniqueness level to, you know, there's a unique Doovid,
The
but then
answer is
there's a
yes
unique
to both of
single
those
cell
questions.
organisms within me that are not part of a larger system, all have their own
So
unique
none of them?
consciousness. Well, I mean, biologically, like blood isn't controlled. Like whether all of my blood has a unique consciousness of its own doesn't change the fact that my heart pumps it and it does the function that it's supposed to do. Just like if there's a bacteria or
On sequitur.
microorganisms within me that they're not part of me, but they still fill a function, like the digestion, and it develops its own consciousness, but that resides in my body and performs a function of my body, but it does not have the same consciousness of my body. It has its own unique consciousness, and that's why cells die. Most cells don't live that long; they
That's
die.
creepy, kind of.
But we're just talking factual elements of the workings of the material realm.
Are you
Death and
talking
life is
about
not
being some
creepy.
sort of weird zombie comprised of a bunch of different bacteria?
No, because you're missing the metaphysics of dualism.
Oh, am I?
That the controlling factor of the, so to say, the consciousness of the blood cell is not the blood cell. Just like I am not my body, the consciousness of the blood cell is not the blood cell. But it's unique. It's separate. It's separate from my consciousness. So the consciousness that's me, that's ultimately me, has nothing to do with this body. Then there's a certain level of my consciousness that has to do with this body, and that may or may not, if you use multiple truth hypothesis, have to do with the consciousness of the given cells that make up my body, and then have a material element like DNA that's universal. So DNA is a material phenomenon, not a spiritual phenomenon. So when I say the soul, I'm not talking about the DNA. I'm talking about something different. But there is a correspondence that the DNA in every single cell that my body makes is the same.
You lost me at the last thing. What do you mean the same? Every
That the
cell your body
DNA
makes is the same?
Yeah, you could take any cell from anywhere in my body, a sperm cell, a hair cell, a skin cell, a blood cell, and pin it to me, that it has my unique DNA code. Even though on a consciousness level, you say they all have their own conscious, that my hair cell, a sperm cell, blood cell, a skin cell, a cell that makes up an organ, has the same genetic code that's the same, but they all have a unique, separate consciousness for each of the cells. And then you say like a collective consciousness, that there could be a combined consciousness that has a colonial, that there's a consciousness of each single cell, and then there could be like a set in the elements within them. So every cell is a set in and of itself, that it has its own unique soul, but it's within a set of blood cells, and the set of blood cells might have some sort of collective consciousness together, just like the set of sperm cells, the set of skin cells, and so on, have make up a level of the soul, and all of those together make up the animalistic soul. But the controller of this body doesn't exist at that level. The Doovid, that is the controller of this body, is not genetic. It is not part of this genetic code. It is beyond the body. It's completely in the dualistic spiritual realm. So say when my body dies, if I reproduce, the genetic code might go on, but the genetic code will come to an end. All of these body cells will eventually die and decompose, entropy, and the genetic code will eventually fall apart, and the DNA through entropy will no longer be. But the unique non-material aspect of Doooovid that controlled this body, Doooovid that thought about these topics, will continue on, and it was never material. It was never connected to the genetic code.
So it's the Doooovid that will never end.
Well, there's different levels at the same time.
It
You're
goes
saying,
on and on, my
we're
friend. No,
talking
I was trying to-
biological fact. Every cell in your body bears the same code. Like if it was a crime sample, God forbid, sperm sample, a hair sample, a skin sample, any of those would be a match on memes, on the genetic code, or Doooovid or Jennifer. But I'm a dualist and I believe in a soul. So I'm saying that all of those unique cells have their own animalistic soul on a separate level. So every single cell that makes up you has its own unique soul. But the soul that is you, the controller of your body, that thinks about subjects, that survives death, is completely separate from your genetics. There's nothing to do with your genetics.
So there's a physical, spiritual quanta and a consciousness.
It's saying it's dual. It's dualistic. It exists in a separate realm. There's nothing to do with the material realm, the genetics, the code in the genetics.
I'm believing that more and more every day.
It's a simple dualistic system that I'm applying to the modern science of the body. I'm saying, I'm accepting the facts of science that every cell, that yes, like any cell from my hair or my skin or my saliva or my blood has the exact same code in it, and that code could match to my father and could match to my grandfather, and then I'm looking at the separate system of what is the soul. And because I'm a dualist, I'm saying that soul exists in a separate realm. And I'm making the point that there is a Doooovid, that there's levels of the soul, and the interaction problem of how the spiritual realm interacts with the material realm, that the Doooovid that is completely unique and completely immaterial, completely on the spiritual plane, about as a question, like if your body produces billions of sperm cells like every day, that once it's produced, each one of your sperm cells has its own unique. Every unique
It also
cell
has
is its own
particular
set.
coding on it as well.
Not a code like DNA. It has its own spiritual soul that's not part of the material realm also.
So it's kind of like a spiritual code. A
There's a correspondence. But it's saying, no, the spiritual
I was trying to
code of
use like a computer programming analogy and stuff to try to.
Well, you can't, because it's
sort through.
dualistic. You're talking about two corresponding realms that are separate. And then you're talking like what survives death, what is the essential you? So that like the soul of your blood cells is not essentially you and doesn't survive death. That's probably part of the material realm. So say when I die, every part of my body will decompose, re-enter the earth. The carbon cycle will continue, and all of the carbon that's part of my DNA will decompose and eventually make up carbon of different elements. And so the soul of those elements, so to say, I guess, dies to a certain extent. So you're looking like all we are is dust and ashes. From earth we come. And when that, just like when I die, my soul leaves the body, so to say. When the cell, because it has life, has a soul, but when it dies, it decomposes and returns to its elements. And what happens to the soul of a single cell organism is probably the same thing that happens to, so to say, the soul of any single cell organism that exists within our body.
I mean, isn't this more easily explained by more of like a spiritual, like almost like an entanglement force or something? Like your soul is occupying this particular mode of transmission in which we're both human beings upon this earth with other human beings and everything. I suppose you could try to argue it either way. I mean, how you're trying to best conceptualize this. I mean, again, I don't know the answer here. I'm just saying that apparently when you die and everything, if you're going to lose an essence, and if we can't account for every single little bit of that essence. And again, allegedly there was, you've probably heard about this, Doovid, that what was it, 23 grams or whatever, 2.3 grams, whatever, that experiment that I believe was set up by, I think it was the Catholic Church at the time, where they, and again, this was a number of years ago, and I'm sure technology is a lot better now, but they did it once. They were moderating like the loss for an individual's breath and everything, trying to account for all the infinite number of parameters. And when this individual passed, the scale did have a fairly, at least significant, according to this one time, movement. And you're like, that's very interesting. And then it was never done again, to my knowledge. So
well,
it's
you like a life force. So you have the DNA. So if like you have a single cell organism, you like a virus or something, but the body, you have one long set of DNA, and that codes for all the various cells in the body. But any single cell organism is determined by its DNA, all the physical structures.
To complexity, you're talking about it's a level of complexity in that, or if you're if you're like an amoeba or something, you're going to do your amoeba thing. You're going to go out there, you're going to seek sustenance, you're going to excrete waste to try to reproduce. Yeah.
And even so, like an amoeba, that everything about the cell of the amoeba, its cell wall and its if it has a tail or mitochondria or whatever it has within it is all coded for by the DNA. But then it has a life force soul, and when the cell, so to say, dies, its life force soul leaves it, and the material elements that make up the amoeba decay and you return to the cycles of the material, like the carbon cycle, all the various cycles. But the life force, so what happens to the life force of the single cell after the cell deteriorates? Probably the same with humans. It enters a different or possibly is, you're looking at a dualistic system where you're saying that there's a connection, interaction between different realms, but the life force,
it's tough, man. It's tough because like I listened to you explaining that, because like I tried to start figuring this out, and I'm like, where am I going into? And then just give them some more recent revelations and revelations. Yes, that's the word. And going back and re-listening to different things and gaining additional information, I'm just like,
we see the problem that because I'm looking at the dualistic, but if you accept that there is this life force soul to even single cell organisms, and then the question, what about the single cell organisms within me or within you? Is there one life force that governs all of the cells within me?
Least action principle.
Is there
least action principle?
What's one of the common factors?
Does every single cell within you have its own unique life force, or is it like sets?
That violates the least action principle. That's a lot of divisions between cells. Think of it. Every separation is energy. You're instantiating a shit ton of energy to say every cell is separate. That's out off the bat.
Yeah, we're talking about dualistic system. We have to pop up that diagram from last week where your least action principle is a principle of logic that may not govern the spiritual realms.
It's not a principle of logic. It's a principle of physics. It has to do with
only governs the
and it has to do
realm.
And the equations of motion of a system, generalized.
So, if you're looking,
there's a way to translate generalized energy into quantum, right? Because everything's mediated by light, and light has an incredibly simple quantum signature.
That's exactly where I wanted to go, because the one.
Because how good am I? Just tell the audience. I knew the question before you asked it, didn't I?
Okay, okay. I'm actually going to kind of maybe not fully steel man, but at least bronze man Doovid in just a second here. But I got to give credit to Jen, because when I was thinking about this, I'm like, okay, how could you transit or even attempt to start to create some transmission between the physical and the spiritual realm? There's only one way you can do it. It's It's light, right? I mean, isn't that supposed to be like the spin zero particle, the thing that experiences no time, yet within the universe as we know it? It seems kind of weird. And if you're going to assume that maybe we're on, I don't know, maybe the holographic image of some grand hypersphere or something like that soaring throughout whatever it is, some say God. Yeah, I think that explains a lot. But the slightly bronze man Doovid right there is an instance in which what he's kind of saying does make sense, and that if you're, mostly because I just started watching some of the Penrose tilings do continue onward, and as long as you have the two different components there, they are different components, but you can essentially continue on forever. So that's where I say Doovid's argument could actually maybe have some teeth there. Again, you're going to need to better explain it out, but yeah, light, I think
I'm saying classic
that's
dualism,
everything.
that they're saying like, no, that light is not the mediating factor. The soul exists in a separate realm, and it's not light that mediates it.
I heard somebody say that there was supposed to be light.
Saying the rules of science don't govern the rules of the spiritual realm. And so if you're looking for a monistic system where you have one set of rules that govern everything, or you're trying to explain spiritual phenomena in a physical matter, that's not my understanding. Saying like, no, light, or there's no, the soul, what makes me uniquely me is not mediated by light. It's a dualistic separate realm of mind that has absolutely nothing to do with any of the factors that we see in the material realm, including light.
I mean, light affects us in the physical realm.
And I even say that about a single cell organism.
Right.
That whatever the life force that holds together a single cell organism that makes it alive isn't an aspect of the material realm. And you're like, the interaction problem is, you're not going to solve the interaction problem by light, or even through the micro realm by looking into the microscopic world. The solution to the interaction problem is not going to be there, because you're talking about a material realm and a spiritual realm. And so there is nothing in the material realm that's going to give you insight into the spiritual realm. A mind, you're saying that you gain insight into the spiritual realm by mind, because mind is part of the spiritual realm. Now, this is just classical dualism. I was explaining why historically monism was the main heresy, because atheism is a newer thing. It wasn't so popular. It's like Spinoza, heresy was monism, and then later the heresy became atheism. And so you're on the heresy of monism, and I'm trying to say like, no, there's still a heresy of monism that may not be as bad as the heresy of atheism, but the answer lies in dualism.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. That's fine. I mean, you could argue that in different ways, but I feel there are more interesting things. Kind of like a lot of the stuff we're seeing now.
We don't have to argue it, but it's in comparative systems where you're giving an
Right.
explanation. You're like, oh, I'm going to solve the answer, and like, no, I've solved, and this is the answer of how it works. And so they made multiple truth hypothesis. And so I was just looking through the different angles.
You got to be able to
If you're
explain
taking
it.
dualism, and then so from a dualistic view, you're saying that the soul exists in a separate realm, and does every life have a soul? And then if every single cell organism has a soul, how does the interaction? Does every single cell organism within me have a unique soul? And then the logic of sets of could it have a unique soul but be part of I mean, from a Kabbalistic view, you would probably have the universal soul that includes all things, the oneness that's the set of everything. And then there's a set of Doovid that includes the subset of all of the single cell organisms, but at the same time, every single cell in single cell organism. And that could be for elementary particles, even that every elementary particle, like electron in a carbon or something, that there's a soul to the electron of the carbon, and then the set of all the electrons is some sort of set, and then there's a soul to the carbon. Or you say like, no, the soul doesn't enter till you have life in a single cell. The question of like reincarnation, life and death, of the differentiation of what happens to a cell when it dies, in versus, say, levels of the soul. That when Doovid dies, the essential Doovid still exists. Oh, when the life force of a blood cell dies, that doesn't survive death in the same way. It doesn't have a personality in the same way. So the more you are only interesting intellectually to think about, because in your system you don't look at two separate realms to even question Judaism with mind, body, soul, spiritual, material realm differentials. So you're from the school of Spinoza or whatever, fine, you're from the school of Spinoza, but I mean, Spinoza was the one who was excommunicated, and so I'm just trying to.
Neither of us is claiming to be a Spinozian. Just saying.
Yes, I'm just trying to go for the classical realm of dualism and work through these problems in a dualistic way. And just within dualism, you have to use the multiple truth hypothesis with the question of does each single cell have its own unique soul, and how does that work with the greater soul of the organism that contains it? And say, if you're a monist, is it different than a dualist? That as a monist, is there some sort of difference between the greater soul of a single cell versus the greater cell of an organism made up of those cells? And then the differentiation, is there a difference between like an amoeba that is a single cell and a sperm cell or blood cell that's part of a larger you? And then the question about DNA, that because all of the cells within us share the same DNA, that even if like a blood cell, sperm cell, skin cell, so on and so on, have the same DNA, that they have different life forces because they're differentiated.
Cool. So, in order to help understand the spiritual realm, let's take a look at the physical realm for just a moment, shall we? This was, I think, out of Princeton, their plasma physics
Let me
laboratory.
get my acai bowl. I went to Beyond Juice earlier. I got an acai bowl in my.
All right, guys, we see from this abstract, we describe a new class of magnetic confinement device with the magnetic axis in the shape of a knot. We call such devices notatrons. Teehee. Examples are given that have a large volume filled with magnetic surfaces with significant rotational transform and with a magnetic field produced entirely by external circular coils. I just found it interesting once we actually started to get into some of the diagrams here. Oh, look, there's a lovely torus there.
It's sort of showing through the picture underneath. It's this really cool effect for some of those renderings.
It's the way they have it up, even on mobile. It's kind of weird, and then they give their definitions of what they're looking for. So basically, their axioms
containment device, you say?
I know. Oh, look at the lovely trefoil there as they continue to go through and do work. And again, this work is probably about 5 years old, 6 years old there. And going back into knots and what you can do, and a wee bit of elementary knot theory. I was listening to one of Professor Wolfram's little discussions with a knot guy earlier, and we keep going. And then they start giving different parameters, and this is essentially for hypothetically attempting to create optimized actual fusion reactors, because with the standard toroidal rotation there, you can only have it charged up so much because of the way the plasma is kind of going there. They found that basically a stellatron, which is essentially you're kind of trying to do the twist there, but now they're getting better and better mathematics that somehow, according to at least one of the articles I read, I don't think it was this one, I think it was another one I started skimming through.
Natural wavelength, right?
Well,
that's there's beats. Remember, beats are intrinsic too. Because what do you need for beats? Adjacency.
Well, this is where you start getting into the periodic table as well, and then you.
Okay, it is not clear to me how this goes to PT. Can we leave the PT out of it and just try to keep it on this? And
I apologize.
No, it's cool. I'm
element 118 is so dense there. There are these reasons and different scales, and okay. Look at that you are.
So this is the trefoil knot. So do you know really the difference between this and then the next one, which is the important one?
Figure 8 knot. I thought it was the 2-3. Those 2-3 with the hyperbolic twists. See, because you could also, was it like the -2, 3, and 7 thing technically has a lot of the same properties, but it's identified differently. I mean, I just thought this was just a very interesting thing. I just kind of want to bring up that apparently in the development of potentially upcoming new fusion reactors, a lot of the same things are being discussed. Just these are the things, because when you start talking about things, and history has shown this before, because you'll have somebody that'll be like now, like hundreds of years down the line, like, oh, this was so obvious, but we have people publishing papers and like giving different talks and discussions with different people, and you'll find like these old transcripts, and you'll be like, all right, well, this particular person was right like 30 or 40, 50 years before this other person, now that we give all the credit to for this was happening. And this person was discredited as crazy and literally just died penniless. And then occasionally we'll name something after them and be like, yay. So I'm just like, all right, I see a lot of these discussions. I see so many things being explained. I'm seeing things that have yet to be falsified. And then I start seeing a lot of these other discussions going on. And I'm like, oh, well, aren't these a lot of the folks within certain standing institutions, these places of note? And they seem to be having other similar discussions as well. I just find it very interesting.
So the whole "we was thoughts in the minded G-man upstairs" is a little more plausible, scarily plausible.
It is literally terrifying me about how things are just lining up in such a way, in such a way that even mad crazy thoughts I had as a much younger lad about literally skipping between this, that, and the other thing, I'm like, even I couldn't think this up.
Are so freaking perfect. You know, if it was me, I would never have thought of something so perfect.
But I am a big believer in the long game, Jen, and this is why probably within the past year, somebody had said something about like snowflakes and everything, and my real quick tweet was, "What can we learn from the snowflakes?" And of course, somebody was attempting to take the piss out of me, saying, "Oh, well, the snowflakes," and of course, being me, it was a hyperbolic statement as well. It could totally mean one of two different things. One, to ire somebody's little gear within the quote unquote, whatever culture war you want to call it, as well as in the actual fabric of reality itself, being like, these are fractals that tend to each be very independent. How the hell does that even work? I think we can learn a lot.
You know what the current explanation is? It's emergent. Ooh. Wow.
That sounds like
Thanks.
complexity. See, this is the thing. I sit here and we're now at the point now where we have this level of connection. We're getting all these better devices, ability to measure. Freaking, I can go up for a jug and it's telling me, it's like, oh my God, you've done the most differentiation altitude between any of your jogs. I'm like, how the heck are you even doing it? Now I understand. This was technology that to us now, it's like, oh, it's not that very high. Oh, it's an altimeter or something. Oh, you're in this position, so obviously you're going across a mostly 2D surface. So obviously the average terrain here is this. So we can start doing, I'm like, we have the ability to get all this metadata now. And we actually, like, I don't know, we're on the breakthrough of some amazing things. And we still have Earth, and we still haven't figured out what's going on here. I'm like, I'm pretty sure we have all the tools and all the stuff to figure this stuff out. So,
How do you feel that you get to be a very special tool indeed?
it's making me make necessary changes in my life.
Really?
At this point, it's like I need to. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's I haven't gone jogging for a few days. Totally slipped in. Oh, dude, I've been watching Babylon 5. It's so freaking good. Apparently, they're gonna reboot it with modern technology and money. But dude, the original series, in just touching upon, because it's one of those shows where it can communicate a message, but it's not just like, you are wrong, you are the bad guys. It's presenting, it's like, well, this is the logical thing you do in this position. Well, maybe there's some moral things, but is this for the greater good? Is this for your greater glory? And it's touching upon so many issues, and it's just like, ooh, man, I'm so glad I'm watching this now because man, I don't know. I view it. I'm trying to say it's a good thing for my mind.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear it. There is some weird stuff going in chat. Doovid, are you reading the chat right now? Because there appears to be some question that I can't tell what it is, but I don't know if you want to take a crack at that. It's I don't even want to have the pantheism thing. To me, that's just purity spiraling.
Isn't that just deity set theory?
I'd say it's metaphysics. Go. Did you want to say something, Doob, or
I mentioned earlier, I sold just now Arthur C. Clarke, Rent of Esba from Rama, 1974, first edition, $12, the first printing. Although it looks like Rama is a starship that was mistaken for an asteroid in some sort of futuristic vision. I didn't read it. So and I'm not sure what effluent, if he's asking like
yeah, just the people in
Judaism.
the chat, like if you could ask it, full sentences would go a very long way.
Because there's so many different understandings of Judaism, or say what Jews believed. But the larger rabbinic Judaism of the last 1,000 years developed into a dualistic system of the spiritual and material realm. And saying that's what Spinoza, as a monist, as a pantheist, was excommunicated. And so, you could argue that there's verses in the Bible that are hint towards a dualistic understanding, but you could argue what Jews believed in ancient time. There's so many divergent beliefs among Jews, but classical rabbinic Kabbalistic texts are dualistic, and that's why the realm, there's a material realm and a spiritual realm, and they're both ruled over by God, but they're separate realms, and the soul is derivative of the spiritual realm. So, which is basic dualism, and probably most Christianity also has the system within Hinduism. All these various schools exist. That's largely why I created multiple truth hypothesis, was because all these various systems and trying to understand complex ideas and then work with uncertainty with you have things like levels of the souls and the interaction problem. And if it's a material realm, like you look at what mediates gravity, you're looking for a materialistic explanation. Can light mediate it? But generally, if there's separate realms, there is no mediating factor. You're not going to find like light or something. Possibly mathematics could be the mediating factor. That's just a governing rule, and how it mediates it is unknown. But you say that we know.
The same as dualism.
Dualism is saying realm. I don't know, two great lights, what you're talking about. That there's a material realm and a spiritual realm. So to this,
I'm not sure if that's necessarily what he's referring to. In that,
this is why I don't want to have theological arguments for this reason. It's just like, nah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue. There's argue like, no, this isn't what really Judaism believes or text. Saying that the multiple truth hypothesis and just trying to understand conceptualizations to explain reality.
He's relating it by the numbers there, because now he's going into different things. It's like basically, I think he's pointing out the fact that 2 seems to be a big thing. I know, at least within Christianity, from what I've heard, is basically you're supposed to have like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. So he's supposed to have like a Trinity there. So that's like a 2, 3. Oh, 2 and 3. Those are prime numbers.
When we're talking about deep theology, it's the same in Christianity. The dualism is mind, body, spiritual, physical realms. That's just classical theology of the soul arising from a different realm, spiritual realm, mind existing, and the different laws. And I tried to show these diagrams to explain it the other day. And so you could say, okay, this is what I believe in, or this is the system that I follow, as opposed, and even to say, like, is there an authoritative single system? No, it's like Hinduism. There's all these different schools within Judaism also. But the classical, the texts speak about the Olam Agashmius and the Olam Aruchnius, the spiritual world and the material world. And how do you want to understand that? Or if you don't want to understand it, you want to reject it. But I mean, that was just what I was trying to hypothesize about, and I thought that was interesting, like the differentiation of like the life force of single cells within me versus the whole me. What is it that survives death? And the interaction problem, like the Ben Watkins, the biggest reason why he rejects the spiritual realm is the interaction problem. What mediates? What is it? Like if there's a single cell, and then when it dies, the life force goes on, or the Doooovid that controls. If the Doooovid non-material soul is the controlling factor that controls me, how does it work? How does the non-material spiritual Doooovid control this material body? Saying that's the classical interaction problem, which could be looked at on any level. Saying if a single cell organism has a non-material soul life force also, how does that mediate or control the body and then after death and the various things? And so these are, the interaction problem is a problem because there's no real good answer to it.
This is why I keep on pressing Professor Wolfram on my simple question of, are stars alive? Because at least from what I've heard from many is, in order to be considered alive, it's like, all right, you need to be born, you need to be able to achieve homeostasis, reproduce, and then essentially die. It's like, stars kind of can do all those things. So I'm like sitting here and I'm like, these are the questions that make me wonder. And I'm like, all right, I think this is kind of where we start getting into many hard, complex things. Because if you want to just give some very basic parameters, yeah, maybe those will work for a number of groups, maybe another of different types of stuff and things. But depending on how broad your parameters are, it's like, all right, you're not always going to have that. And depending on how narrow the bounds are, you might start being exclusionatory of a number of things that you would actually want to include there. So it's tough.
Well, it's the same question of systems and even physics in general. You say that a star is made up of countless atoms, particles, and when we work with physics, they operate in systems. Like we might reduce it to a single point, the center of mass, or something like that. But you're saying like, no, the star, there is no unified star that acts in a certain way. But then obviously there is. You could see that the Earth as a unified unit, exhibits gravity versus Doooovid or memes as a unified physical unit versus all of the things that are made a part of it. Saying like if the blood cells within us have their own life force and are their own souls, what about the star? And so if there is a unified force that makes a star, he's saying, is that a soul, or is it just material laws like bonding, that they're bonded together, and as long as they're bonded together, they act as a physical unit, and if those bonds break, they're no longer together of the same physical unit. And but last week in the diagrams, like the origins, what is the origin of higher level rules? Where do these higher level rules exist? And even argument like atheism, can higher level rules emerge from matter? Is that like, no, higher level rules govern matter, but can what governs matter emerge from itself? So the same questions that if there is such a thing as a cohesive star that operates as a unit, does it have to have some sort of soul or life force? And then you could look at the classical definition, like a cell, like a virus, of like homeostasis, the 5 elements generally that we use to define life. Just pop those up.
Well, right. That's the thing. It's like depending on what type of axioms you're using, what type of rules you're establishing for whatever you're trying to describe is going to be very different there. Because I mean, just in standard relation, it's like if you were the sun, if somebody was the sun, in relation to the sun, what are we? I mean, are we sperm? Are we smaller than sperm? I think we're a lot smaller than sperm compared to the sun, compared to a human being.
What the hell are you
just
talking
saying.
about? This is not a good metaphor.
I realize that we
Not
will
every
utilize.
metaphor is good, right? It's got to click with reality to be good.
I'm showing where my mind goes. I apologize.
You'll get the
But-
metaphors once you get the transcendent knowledge. Then you get the metaphors.
That
Because
that
the metaphors
sounds like it's
just
gonna be a while.
bleed off the transcendent knowledge crystal. It's crystal.
Just the will environment to maintain a constant state, organization, metabolism, transformation of energy by converting chemicals and energy into cellular components, growth, adaptation, response to stimuli, and reproduction. So Richard Dawkins, JF, said life is just reproduction. But those elements, can you say a star? Does a star has homeostasis, regulation of the internal environment to maintain a constant state? Possibly organization, and probably metabolism, conversion of energy. Will probably growth. I mean, you could argue that the how we define life biologically in some sort of loose definition would certainly apply to a star and would apply to matter like a rock or anything, because it's a material realm is just a conglomeration of particles held together by physical laws. And if you call it
That's
a category,
not what Platonism says.
no, I'm saying that's the materialism category.
yeah,
Plato
sorry, I thought
says
you said
that
Platonism.
categories exist in the spiritual realm. If you want to say like a category is like a soul, that when you say this is a rock, this is a chair, this is even like a benzene ring or something like that, that it's a category. If it's a benzene ring of there's just 6 carbons held together, that's in existence in the spiritual realm, that category that holds it together is can't come from the same material realm that makes it up. And if you want to call it like a soul, that that like a benzene ring, by definition has a soul, because it's a category. It's a unifying force that puts something together in one unit, and that's kind of what a soul is.
Like
whether
an
you want to
ordering
start.
principle.
Well, you want to call, I mean, from the Platonic perspective, you're saying like
geometry.
ideas aren't souls. So, I mean, you use the word soul, but it's saying ideas.
Who the hell said
exist.
that ideas were souls?
Well, I was using the term to say that, it's like, is the star alive? Does the star have a soul? And you're saying, well, it has it's an idea, and the idea exists in the spiritual realm. And if you want to call that a soul, how are you going to define a soul? What's the difference between a soul and an idea?
According to Platonic view?
Well, I mean, Plato has his own. Yeah, I mean, so Plato has a definition saying idea is just a form, as where soul is something unique. So I was saying a human is an idea; it's a
There's
form.
be different forms of souls.
But yeah, I was saying that there is humans, not a soul. Humans a category, an idea, and each individual human has its own soul. But the idea or category is something that it can't emerge from the material realm. That's kind of the argument against atheism or materialism. Is what is the order? What is the origin of higher level rules? And if you want to say that higher level rules emerge from the material, is that even feasible? And is it more logical, from the simple Platonic argument that like the perfect circles, the ideas clearly exist. They exist in mind, and therefore there must be a separate realm where these things exist.
Ding, 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 ding.
without it, and it's not light. Like it's not light. That's the intermediary principle, between ideas and forms, and saying that there's no. It's not a material intermediating principle.
I mean, I'm going to say there's probably some fractal interpretation. I'm just saying that light seems to be just one of those things where it has just so much of a function and influence in the material realm.
What's the connection between the HF8 complement and light, in your view?
The what?
Oh, I was talking to Memes because he's looked at this for longer, but because it's not made of light. Like, I don't know that it's correct to say that. I don't exactly know how to put it. I do know that light speed is predicted by it's a constituent ratio of its 5 primary whatever the heck.
The whole concept is it's basically okay. If you had a base vacua, this is basically what you would kind of see in a vacua or something like that. This is a standard method for things to work. So when you look at it, it's like, all right, if you have your standard 3 magnitudes of things within the universe, or at least the universe as we know it, all right, you got your electron. And I realize I'm not really explaining what it is for light because I have no idea. As far as I understand, light is basically just kind of traversing around this, following whatever geometry that makes the most sense, that is going to pull things up. But okay, you got an electron. It's like, well, it kind of seems to be a point, but it's also a wave. But when we try to do this, we can only see so much. We run into our uncertainty principle here. Okay,
you have to look at it as each time there's more assumptions. Each time there's more assumptions than the last. Right? So I know at one point he's got to do 7, right? He's got to go 1, 2, 3 circle and then 6 circles around it.
Okay.
That's not the first argument made, is it? There are numbers derived before that assumption is invoked, aren't there?
It's basically 3 levels of magnitude. It's basically high gone.
Well, it has, like, what step of the process is the 7 thing?
You talking about with the 7 circles?
Yeah, you got to think
okay,
of it.
No. Okay, you got your base thing there, and as far as I can see, that's basically the Planck time. Basically, for a single revolution of that's how you get the Planck time. And then as you go outwards to the boundary,
A revolution of what?
Okay, the rotation of that complement. Then, I'm sorry. Just in my mind, it just keeps on appearing. If you were to do it the right way, If
what do you mean the right way? Who's gonna, like, you're gonna query the computer for how it came up with it?
It looks a lot like a ball.
Okay, you're talking about HF8 prime.
Is that what I'm talking about? Because that probably sounds a lot more of what I'm talking about. Then.
Oh, that's the fastest way I can think to say it, but it's a complement of the knot.
Okay, you're making me a little less sure in my explanation of everything. But that's a good thing. This is going to keep me honest. What I propose, and again, could be completely wrong, is at least when I went back to the Vortex Institute and started going over like some of Thad's talks from like a year or so ago, is basically the way he kind of gets to 11 dimensions of time. 11 dimensions total. Is he's all right. You got kind of like your quanta level. You got 3 directions.
No, we just want to stay at the first fucking 5. Don't go past the first 5. I still don't understand.
I need to read. I need to read
past the first 5 until I understand the first 5.
Okay. As far as there was, what was it? It's I think it's Fractal Gal or something. It was literally a gal that I ran across. She did like a 40-minute video on basically on a torus, and the point where she was modeling within computer graphics. And yes, it didn't have the central full articulation point of hyperbolic figure 8 knot complement. It was just a standard torus. But what happened is when you had it at 1, literally there was no actual hole through it. when you start to go below it, at that point you start having a spindle in the mirror in there. And basically when I got to that, basically they showed something where if you put literally a point on it and it was under rotation, it would show exactly where that thing would go, often twice around, in order to traverse the whole thing there. What the hell were we talking about again? How
From those first 5 fucking things to the speed of light, and you don't know.
I mean that's the Planck time or the Planck length.
Right.
Or strike that, reverse it. Whatever.
So
it
it's
is.
the Planck length over Planck time equals c.
Right.
This is not news, right? People already basically agreed with it, that this was definitional. Is that correct, or do you not know? Because if you don't know, it's totally fine. Because I obviously don't. I'm just wondering.
Oh no! I mean that's just what the math comes out to be. That's just that's nothing new.
That's not new. People already knew that the Planck length over Planck time was the speed of light.
Right.
That was. So the speed of light was already in some sense.
Not everybody maybe necessarily knew that, but it's one of those things where you come up. Well, that's pretty obvious, and they also had them like other lectures and stuff for a while.
That wasn't very clear.
What was the question again? Let me
Whether
make sure
people already knew that the speed of light was derivative of the ratio that I've mentioned now 3 times.
I assume it.
Well, this is not news, right? Because there's some sort of already existing connection between the permittivity of free space and
we already have observations to so many digits where you're looking at, you're like, all right, yeah, that's it, or at least within our context. Yes.
But for him, it gives the exact value of c based on its other exact ratio.
Yeah.
So what is the connection between C and HF8 prime is my question. Because it's not correct to say that HF8 prime is comprised of light, because light is a second order effect.
Okay. No. That's a very important question, because I think this is.
Oh my god, how freaking long did it take? Just audience, just get notepads here.
The partition between that and the actual boundary of mass itself. It's the Planck mass, which I believe isn't like the mass of the electron.
That doesn't mean anything to me, okay? My brain is soup, okay? Assume you're talking to, that doesn't coincide with reality.
Well, the only way that this makes sense to me, maybe not the only way, is that assume we live in a very complex realm. Let's just say, okay, the world might not be flat, but why is it that our seemingly observational universe seems to mostly be flat? I don't know. What happens if we were in the holographic complex plane of the grand hypersphere? It would explain a lot. It's also one of the
Sound a bit like the mind of God to ya? Buckaroo? Well, you know what?
This is a terrifying thing, and all I know. Okay. Real quick side tangent, but all I know is, what would be the ultimate way to troll humanity? If let's just say you had a god, and okay, you're like, all right, let's put some things in there. And again, maybe this is because I watched like Godzilla Singular Point or something. It's created by like an actual like theoretical physicist and stuff. Not the greatest Godzilla series, but talked about some interesting science. And what happens if you were to weave certain things in there that could be guides, so that you already had the information, something that I am the alpha and omega. I heard that, or my mind went to that point at one point when this gentleman talked about like the omega halting function, and the point where things stop, and the fact that it may or may not have been mentioned in certain people's more recent works. And then you get to the alpha. Well, the alpha currently in physics happens to be, the fine structure constant. That's fascinating. All I know is if from some of those things you can end up deriving
the fetus, and the heartbeat is instantiated by H8 prime friend, then what?
Base oscillation. That's all you need. That's that resonant oscillation. That's where we get pretty much everything from. I mean, it's such a beautiful thing. And I sit back, and the terrifying thing is, I sit back and I'm like, my 10-year-old self, just after watching, what was it? Like, I think The Nullifier, some one of those series where they're transcending through like space and time. They're taking like this trans-dimensional gateway, and my idea was, I'm like, oh, what if there's like a big battle zone where like all these heroes from all these different universes could come in, and you could access any dimension and stuff from there, and then you had like this gateway around. I just kind of viewed it as like kind of like a Taurus thing, not knowing what a Taurus was. I sat back and I'm like, damn. I guess maybe we need to try to avoid killing off like the imagination of a child so quickly at times. Like, give people realistic expectations for the world. Yeah, totally. But it's like, I mean, that's a hell of a lot fancier than what I thought. Kind of like a drop of food coloring or something in a universe, traversing along this complex domain and stuff. I'm like, wait, hold on, wait. Are we the only ones out here? Did you just explain like the multiple world or multiverse hypothesis all in one go? And it's like, well, how could there be a beginning and an end? I'm like, I don't know. What happens if you got to the point where you end up coming back into the center at the observed crossover, which might explain
you're
why we
always in
have
the center.
singularities, and at that point it's matter to matter, dust to dust. I think that might also explain Sir Roger Penrose's conformal cyclic like that's one of the things I've been trying to do is grab some footage of that and then take Sir Roger's idea and then basically just take the space-time that he comes out with that seems flat that other people are starting to ask. It's like, well, why is it just flat? I don't know. From your observational perspective, something so massively huge, it's gonna look flat. You go out enough, and all I know is apparently there's been some stars that just vanished. Why may that be? Perhaps they collapse perfectly into black holes. Perhaps they're just past our vantage point. Can't say yet.
But yeah, I think the singularity seems like it is that you're always in the center. In a self-referential universe, that would make sense. Like, the perspective is always that you're in the center of the universe. That's why the flat Earth stuff works for cosmology. But like in terms of the lifetime of the universe, like whether it's probably true that we'll always measure this like CMB to be what approximately it is now, and the approximate age of everything to be within a certain interval. But that's because the matter has an intrinsic lifetime, and it manifests in different proportions in different places. But there's only so much of a lifetime for all temporalized matter evidence. Our solar system had a starting point. Therefore, all temporal events should be assumed to have a starting point. Okay? So I don't know if that was clear, but yeah. That was my awesome.
You just worry me, because at some points I'm like, God. I'm like, okay. Assuming that if most of the things that we're just discussing here right now are actually accurate, then I get worried. Then I'm like, how the hell do we even get out of our solar system? Like,
we don't.
We're gonna run in.
But that's not a bad thing.
So many issues.
It's not a bad
we
thing.
run into so many issues. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. If we need light and the rotation of stars and stuff for time and everything, I'm like, guess we're gonna have to follow those super highways or figure out a way to slip through the actual space-time itself. I don't know. These are exciting challenges, but they're challenges that I don't see a way quite around yet. So.
How about we just make life here make it something people look forward to and want to be part of?
How dare you be a utopianist? You also.
I mean, that's
for, I don't know, at least explore. Maybe okay. You start off small. All right, we got these other planets and everything. Probably going to be some resources on them. I agree with you, Jen. Number one, we should be good shepherds to Mother Earth because of whatever lower things that we want to do at the time, and because we often, well, we're human beings, we're going to ruin everything. So
Well, what was the lesson to learn from Rome?
Don't spread yourself too thin.
The lesson to learn from Rome was, if you start out as a disgusting whorehouse that breeds filth, you end up as a totalitarian train wreck, as a shadow of its former self that breeds quotes like the first as a blah 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 and then as a blah blah blah. I can't even remember. I think it's Napoleon. But growing pains in terms of a civilizational shift. The lessons just need to be internalized on some level. Everyone's got to agree to certain principles. Right now, what principle can we all agree to? Basically, everyone's out for themselves. Wow.
Well, you just explained it. You literally hit upon a core of modern mimetic theory. It's just like the singularity of the.
It's fun though. Like, it's really fun because it's like, I mean, being a farmer is kind of boring, and city stuff is exciting, and people need to make peace with the fact that there's awesome stuff about the city, but we need to look at cities as organisms.
Similar environment of like migrations of different bird species and everything itself. It's like, yeah, it's a colony. It's a colony that's being built up vertically, taking over area, changing the way the land and the environment acts around it and stuff. It is an ecosystem. Yeah, no, I agree.
I meant more in terms of a culture, like.
Oh, that too. Yeah, oh yeah. No, country mouse is different than a city mouse. Even Bernie Sanders has been saying that for a long time.
Yeah. Any people just need to come to that at their own rate or something. So something abstract enough, but also concrete enough that it can be actioned. Because really, people don't know what makes stuff work. People don't know what makes stuff work. And the Socratic method really doesn't make stuff. The way in which it improves stuff is limited.
You got to be willing to push the bounds in certain respects, but also being able to willing and acknowledge that, yeah, we're going to make mistakes, and some of those bounds, you should probably get as much information as you can, because some of those bounds maybe you know best we can. It's a good question. I don't have an answer at this point. I'm willing to start small. It's like, all right, do not kill, do not rape, do not steal. That's why I'm like, all right, I'd love to have all the kumbaya and singing along the campfire, and rainbows, unicorns farting out sprinkles.
That's not a principle, though. The absence of a vice is not the presence of a virtue.
That's also accurate. This is actually very interesting. I feel like I had this conversation probably like 6.
Virtues can be virtue-ish. Although I know some people have said that games in general are a poor use of time.
Well, that depends.
I guess I'm a little bit on the soft end of that. Sorry.
I mean, well, you can pull out the whole Peterson argument for that. It's just like, well, life is not a game. Life is a series of different games. It's like you might not view it as a game, but you could gamify almost anything. You gamify almost any particular type of job, whether you're trying to maximize your revenue. So maybe you're going to do some more sleazy-ish business things. Okay, maybe it's not viewed upon, or maybe you want to go more of a noble run. Be like, all right, I'm going to be a good and honest business person here. Why? Because I want these recommendations and everything. And I personally would say that's a more noble way to go, just because for the most part.
Yeah, but it doesn't, though.
It shouldn't, but.
Right. So the truth is controversial, upsetting, causes people to do things probably out of character that they would normally be ashamed of.
That's because we also operate from, we don't have total truth. That's the thing. We're perfectly imperfect. So how we fit in, how we figure this out, because it's, well.
What? Sorry, what's the context of that?
The context was I'm going to try to attempt to insert a witty phrase here to try to give myself an out because I don't really have an out.
You don't need an out. Just everything's fine. Just see me as a facilitator. There's no, conflict. At least not on my end. I'm very, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
That may depend upon the observer. I feel that was a slightly hyperbolic statement. That's all right.
Ooh, oh, you know what? I just was thinking earlier, like, people have been like, quantum is a stupid buzzword. It's like, well, then let's switch it to hyperbolic and have people wishing we go back to quantum. What do you think?
I prefer using hyper for the larger scale. That's just me personally.
What do you mean the larger scale?
The scale outside of our standard scale. I like quantum just because, okay, has it been overused? Yes. I like it referring to what we're viewing as quanta, at least relative to us, and then we got whatever our standard scale is. You can call it a macro scale or whatnot, and then you get the hyperscale, and that's another magnitude that's makes the mind wobble.
Yeah, having a bit of a, what is it, a calibration of
it's one of those things. It's like it's uncomfortable. I feel like I'm learning.
Think of yourself as an instrument being tuned. Okay, you just got to relax. You're an instrument being tuned. You got knowledge that really you shouldn't have got. The computer cheated and gave it to us.
It's creative use of game mechanics. Creative use of game mechanics. You occasionally get these things, and every once in a while, I sit back and I look at some of these things, just these little hints, these little things that just knowing what we know now, it's like this is very interesting. But you see all these hints, and then you look at where some of the money came from here and there, and I sit back and I'm like, all I know is I am not in the business of disclosing any type of top secret things or anything like that, but I sit back and every once in a while I'm like, if on the back of or on somewhere on one of those Tic Tacs or what 38,000 a long ramble about saying that, yeah, basically if some of these things are us, well, we spent trillions of dollars.
Thank you, and I appreciate it, and I'm ecstatic. Do you keep up with memes' uploads and streams, or I was wondering if you thought he got any better.
Well,
that's the thing. You look at the things that actually interest you and everything. To like sit down and be like, all right, I'm going to listen to this 2-hour stream where memes is babbling on about something that I don't really care about. It's like, okay, all else fails. It's good background music to fall asleep to.
Yeah, I mean, most of your videos are shorter, so
their leisure. Whereas if you're doing a live stream, a lot of folks figure it's like, okay, I'm going to a live stream because it's live. I want to interact with people there, have a bit of a chat. Whereas if this person is basically just kind of doing what they would do privately and then barely acknowledging the chat and just kind of doing this to put information out there, yeah, no, I realize I'm better off doing a live stream going on for at least an hour or two to try to hit that peak thing within the algorithm and everything. It's I understand that. It's just a lot of it's just going to put information out there. So, well, one, I can remember and go back and be like, oh, I think I did a video on this. What the heck was I talking about? What did I cite there? So I'm kind of so a lot of it is for me. But no, I agree with you. Just as far as actual growing it as potential business and everything. No, you're right.
I mean, I shared some leaks at the beginning saying like a business very difficult, like a huge number of views, like to make any profit. But I mean, say if you're just recording it for your own purpose to have it recorded for you or to share it with other people, versus hoping that people interested in the topic, like if you're doing niche topics that you eventually want to break into the circuit of other people on the same topics and have interaction, have guests, talking about them, or even reach out to, some of the people you're talking about there. And then also like the chat, a lot of people don't necessarily come for the show. They come to speak to other people in the chat or for the community. They just want to pop on background noise, or they want to say something. They just thinking something and they want to chat it up with somebody else. Not necessarily they're not necessarily there always for the content. They might be there to in the chat. And if you have a regular show for a while, people look forward to seeing the same people, like in any venue or something. Like if it's IRL events, also that people want to say something to other people in the chat, so they're waiting for your next stream, so that they're going to be able to talk not necessarily to you, but to the other people who show up in the chat. So there's all those dynamics. And if you're not necessarily saying anything new, you haven't built up your own audience. It's the best way to start. You make the content for yourself. You're making the content kind of like you wish existed but doesn't exist, so you make it yourself. And if you're doing it for your own mind, like you're just talking to yourself, really, you record it and watch it back yourself. And if other people gain use from it, that's good also. And it's like week in review. You need stuff to review. So if you're active, you're on other good term not coming to my mind right now, but some sort of analysis stream of stuff you actually did. So the more active you are, the easier it is to stream. Just pop on, you have someone talk, and other people, you'll find it interesting after stream, workout videos or whatever. So you could take it at your own pace. And the value proposition is always just factual, that logical actor, people are watching for some logical reason, you're making the stream for some logical reason. And if you want
because everybody does things for
really have to improve your streaming. There doesn't have to be a goal or end game product from it.
We just got 2 good reviews in the chat. From Kai-Fei says that they love the content of this show, the support with my religious vows, and that always seems to end up as a miscommunication. So just got to reframe.
Have plans and time frames, objectives, short-term objectives, midterm, long-term objectives, and sometimes you find people interested in your trying to accomplish things, and the hero's journey.
Need to delegate the
interesting for other people, and then you take other people along, so to say, for the ride, or you could facilitate other people on their hero's journey through your streaming. So they're all pretty general things that
you have different quest mates and stuff like that, because there were times where you would have Hercules' legendary journey, Xena warrior princess, and at times there would be crossovers of those episodes and everything. I kind of view it a lot like kind of World of Warcraft or Dungeons and Dragons, where it's like, all right, depending on what goal you're trying to accomplish, maybe you'll want this particular group of teammates. Might you have a group that can accomplish it, but might have troubles due to the group chemistry? Of course. That's always going to happen. You just want to find the best mesh together groups that you can to accomplish that. And you do see it with a lot of different e-personalities. They're different shows. But you also ask yourself, all right, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to be entertaining? Cool. There's a lot of entertaining people out there. Are you trying to communicate information that could be very important and relevant to the future of humanity? There are also a number of folks out there that do that. Now, what I would like to do and what I would like to work towards is being able to do both those things at the same time. Be entertaining as well as providing quality information that might be new to a lot of folks. And you're probably generally more. All its fails will get better video.
Understand whether you're in the 20 or the 80. And if you're in the 20 that's doing 80, don't say no to people trying to help you. And if you're in the 80 that does the 20, you'll find someone who's worth helping.
That may not exist in real life, due to the unlikeliness that people would actually get together IRL to talk about these things. For the internet, you could find common interest. And then once you have your niche, it's like you want to be famous, you want to be. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to do. Like trying to make a living, trying to make money off of YouTube, very unlikely. So you more have to have a passion for ideas, and usually it's going to be niche, where you're talking about a certain subset of field that just doesn't interest that many people. But online, the numbers game, that you could create a little field, find people, and then you see, as you do it, you see the expertise. So I mean, you're talking, it's like Stephen Wolfram or something. Like he's out there, you see him. Eventually, maybe you're going to be talking with him, or you say like, no, you're always going to be learning from him. You get your level of what you know to teach and give over, and at the same time, you create yourself as an e-personality. You could. You got 800 followers. I got almost 2,000 followers on subs on YouTube. That there's segmented that like some people like chess, some people, the majority probably don't care about chess. Some people like Judaism, some people like Hinduism.
Yeah, you're way more famous than me, and you have way bigger following. Congratulations.
Well, you have a mixed bag there. No, Doovid, I feel you, man, because it's like, all right, there's some people that kind of followed me because of, well, maybe I was doing a science video that they were interested in. Other folks, it's like, well, I was just kind of having some lighthearted trolling fun, putting together like a silly little video of clips or something like that. And another thing, it's like, all right, you're doing a topical news story. So it's like, there are all these different folks that tune in. Well, I just kind of view it like old school TV and stuff. Like, all right, if you added the Food Network into your TV subscription, why? Well, you probably want to see some certain recipes and stuff. If all of a sudden, like, the Food Network is telling you about sports, it's like, all right, well, maybe that's not why I'm paying attention there. And this is where you try to see crossovers where people try to like maximize their revenue, or they're trying to push this idea because of whatever reason. Then people start having conflict and everything. I'm just like, people can do what they want as long as you're not inciting violence or anything. If you say mean words, it's like, all right, well, that's not cool. And that's why my backstop always seems to go back to, it's like, well, if consenting adults can't come to an accord, do you truly hate each other? Stop dragging the rest of everyone around with you. Legalize dueling. That's all I got for now. I need to hit the hay. Thank you for having me, Jen. Always good to chat with you, Doovid. Look forward to doing this again.
Please think about my question about explaining the connections. That would help.
Ooh. You know, think about it. See ya.
Maybe that can help. Bye. The lag is gone. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happens. It's just Della Hunty.
Well, if you're not going to book yourself, you need like a Brundlefly or someone for whatever reason that wants to book you. Otherwise, it's probably unlikely to happen. Like if you get in the lineup and like Theology Unleashed or something, or like T-Jump's not doing it like that, or Modern Day Debate, if you're on their roster, and so eventually they're going to put you up against the other people on the roster. But usually it's more you have a booking agent, and if you're not going to self-do it yourself, where I mean it's like if you reached out to him and invited him on your channel for a debate, he like decent chance he might just do it. Or if you like, but I don't self-promote like that. But there is a circuit.
Hey, you want to come lose a debate on my channel? Sorry.
Well, because you're on friendly like that, so it's unlikely. Just like I have no interest in joining T-Jump's server for him to be unfriendly to me. So it's saying like you like the value.
That's what I like about it, is because there's no expectation of friendliness, so it's all good.
Well, it's like you want to come over and get beat up or something. Like no one's going to want to do that. And
I was under the impression that I was doing you a favor. If you don't want, I'm not offended. No big deal. Don't care.
Yeah, so probably no one.
Not my intention. So whatever. Not a Mean Girls thing. You harping on it endlessly, kind of irritating.
Well, because
Especially when it never even fucking occurred to me. People hallucinating negative intent. Exactly.
you're not inviting someone to lose a debate. You're saying it's a conversation, so it's over to him and his channel. So like you would have to express yourself. If you expressed yourself like that, people would probably say yes.
Hello, sir. Would you like to come and lose a debate on my channel?
Yeah,
I'll
saying,
throw
like,
the debate.
you're just not a friendly person.
I
You're
think
not
I'm
gonna-
very friendly. I'm just principled. And when people insult my principles, I become adamant. And some people take issue with that. It's like, I didn't escalate it.
So there's no
With
conversation.
the fact that I have principles, I think there could be a conversation.
If you don't have anyone interested in promoting or booking you, it's probably not going to happen. So like if you have to do it yourself, you're probably going to need to take a substantially more friendly approach. And if you're going to have a largely unfriendly approach, you're going to need probably someone to do it on your behalf, and they're probably going to have to step up, for whatever of their own reason why they're like Brundlefly or something. That why he wants to book me for these debates, why he wants to reach out, and it could be largely negative or selfish, but it's really the only way it's going to happen.
Sure, yeah, I accept that. And I mean, would you? Who wants to? I wouldn't want to debate me if I wasn't me. I know that doesn't make sense, but I wouldn't want to debate Bill's.
You have to put yourself into a circuit.
I have to be vulnerable. That's what.
Well, I mean, you
show emotion in public.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, you probably. It's not. I mean, there's all these debate channels all over the place. And it's saying like they're always looking for people, and it's like T-Jump. No one like T-Jump's not a very friendly person. No one wants to join his debate circuit. Like there's no benefit.
I do. I don't mind unfriendly people, I guess. Never thought of it like that. I'd like to be friendly. It's just like people are clearly on that server to some extent to vent.
And I mean, thinking like even like JF or someone, like we were somewhat friendly, at least offline. Even when we debated, we were friendly. And yeah, I mean, you get that yourself. You need someone else doing that on your behalf, and then you need reason for them to do it. And it's like they're not gonna. There's no way said both people are base of you don't actually have a base to pander to.
Yes, it's called My Loved Ones.
Well, I'm saying like an internet base
that
would be cheering you on, that would be welcoming your new recruits, so to say. That, but I mean, really, you just think about it in the value proposition way, and I mean, even T-Jump, it's it just sounds like a cesspool. Like what person in their right mind is going to want to join T-Jump's Discord to talk with him? And
person if you're who enjoys opening mental institutions.
Yeah, but I mean, I get whatever reason. I mean, it's almost
mental institution and a debate school, and I can do it in the same place. Is completely consistent behavior to administer a SAN efficiency. Just
so if you don't self-promote and no one's promoting you, it's just not going to happen. So, and saying you don't even make content, you don't even produce content in a way that people would have you out there as like an archetype of someone that would come up to debate. So like if you were making videos on anti-evolution or pantheism, that people would say would make them think of you to represent that position. So it's unlikely to happen. And like I think Sigma said last week that
he said people should steelman their opponent's position. He should try to do that. So, he's not a complete lost cause. He's on a level of not carrying power I've not seen in a long time.
I mean, you can't even say whatever you're trying to say without laughing.
I'm sorry. It's not nothing, but I can't say it right now, apparently.
I mean, your laughter says it all, so.
Can
Whatever
you
you're
just
trying to,
accept that
whatever
I
you're
don't
trying to
view laughter the same with the same paralytic guilt as you? Or is that impossible for you to do?
I just interpret it the way I interpret it. So I say your laughter says it all. So whatever you're trying to say is basically irrelevant. Your laughter says it all.
I said he has a level of not caring power that I've not.
You're like, it's funny.
Exactly. Write articles. I'm already doing that. It just takes a long time to write stuff that isn't terrible. Like my latest article is not great, but I just really want to get it out.
Yeah, I mean,
Moral
you
outrage, profit. Laughing doesn't make you crazy. Repressing
produce-
your instincts makes you miserable and then potentially crazy down the line. Go ahead.
you produce your own content explaining your ideas, and you advance it, and even you eventually become expert on the topic that people think of you, promote you for those debates, and you develop professional rapport with the other people in the field.
Trouncing of my values, that would be too much stressful for me. But I am always working to have less conflict with people. That is a fact. So there are just certain things that need to be done.
Generally, good performances get you invites for more. If you have a good stream, like you have a bunch of people reaching out to stream more, and so if you're not getting that sort of reaction, then probably something's not, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I'm not pandering to my base.
Well, if you don't have a base, I'm saying that people find you interesting and want to talk to you. And it's like, oh, I saw you on Modern Day Debate. You want to come on my channel? And like, maybe Amy Newman or something. But yes, like generally, I mean, people should be, if you have a good performance, people should be reaching out to you for more of them.
Who the hell would want to put somebody through what Guy went through who was talking about evolution with me on Teach? That was just, too rough.
No, I would say because you're not a friendly streamer for just you to help you.
I was incredibly offended by it, the way he spoke to me. He looked at me like I was trash. He looked at me like I was nothing, just something to be, laughed at and dismissed. What's the correct reason?
Escalation of conflict.
I didn't even care. I mean, I didn't care to have that happen. That was the expectation of the thing. Like, I'm not even offended. I thought it was funny, but I obviously was in the minority on that. Luckily, not exactly democratic, but using Doovidian multiple truth is entirely possible. Jen is an Indian madman. It's entirely possible Jen is an Indian madman. Oh, I see. So we need to use the MTH to prove that I'm an Indian, quote, mad, right? Or I'm just so sane that I just blew your mind. And all the allegations of insanity are projection.
So if you're setting out goals,
it's a failure. I say it's a success. Why can't you
blame your
laugh at
failures
me
on
for
other
being
people?
the dumbass over idealist that I am?
Yourself.
Why can't you just be happy that I can frame this to myself as a victory? And that who cares what anybody, like, who cares if I see it as a victory, then who cares? Isn't that the victory that I see it that way?
No, I'm just saying that's what people just, they lose and declare victory. So like,
okay.
No, are they saying like every results I want to achieve, and I'd rather admit failure, regroup, and because you declare victory when you fail, then you just
I failed
failing.
at the goal that I wasn't going for. I failed at it. There you go.
So you just have no goals. So unfortunately, Arjun doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Joanna didn't want to talk to you. I think there are a few other people I tried to get. Sam, it's problematic. You got to be generally like a friendly person to build up a group, a crowd, to have regular working rapport with people. You got to determine how you're going to work. How you got to be you, but your result is based on your actions. I mean, your failure is your own fault, and you can say, okay, like it was determinative, you had to fail. You're not upset that you failed because of some other principle, and you want to like claim victory that you have all these people that don't want to work with you. It's because I'm awesome.
I don't consider it
I
don't consider it I don't consider it a victory.
Because I'm awesome that like none of Doovid's friends want to come on Week in Review.
Well, you mentioned 2 people. That's not all your friends.
Well, I've been streaming a while. No
2
one comes
people.
on Week in Review. Like none of the people I stream with, like I can't even invite anyone on Week in Review. I can't even use Week in Review as a venue to book things. I've even like you like at a period maybe in the first year, like if I spoke to somebody, say come on a Week in Review and we'll book a program. But I guess as you became your own personality, that just became impossible because like I'm not going to be able speak to with somebody that come on Week in Review and then they're not likely to want to come on Week in Review, and I'm not going to be able to book a program. I mean, just like a working, like let's talk, let's find out what the person thinks, and let's book a program. Let's talk about what they're doing, what they're trying to do, and you're not really a good talk show host like Luke Ford type, or you're not really a good talk show radio person to a person. Get to know them, book them, build a working relationship.
For the purpose of generating content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Andre, whatever, like just people I know, people who reach out to me. It's like, come on Week in Review, and we'll talk, and then we'll make some streams. But Week in Review is at a point where like no, none of the people that I talk to want to come on. I don't even tell people about Week in Review anymore. But like the last half a year, like anybody's came on Week in Review, no one wants to come on again. And so like a lot of these people are still around. Brundle, the former people from Luke Ford. I mean, so the world's a pretty unfriendly place. There's a lot of conflict. It's tough to, but that element of Week in Review completely fell out and has been like basically unapplicable for the last year. And that's why I don't produce any content anymore. Like I just put out content like a chess stream or something like that. But I think I'll probably be putting out a few more chess streams. But yeah, I mean, or just a random interview like you did with like Charles, because your fault. But Week in Review deteriorated, and that's like been cut out. It's not an aspect of it. It's completely impossible to 30 minutes and what they're about, and try to book some programming and then move on. So it could be hours and hours of programming, and it doesn't have to be confrontational. So you ramble for hours and hours, and then even like, okay, so the few times like Arjun, like he decided, like he did that, and then he stayed on. Even Claire that time, I think it was semi-successful. Like we had her on, and then she left after like half an hour, and then the show went on. She came back, and I guess Arjun, like if he was just on for like half an hour, it probably would have went well. But then he decided to stay for hours and hours, and then he got in some sort of argument. Now he, is never going to come on Week in Review again. And even like Ben Watkins, I don't even think he came on Week in Review. I think he came on my channel for the Thursday night debate prep. I think it was just too weird for him, and so he probably won't come on Week in Review. But just to compartmentalize a professional conversation, I'm just gonna have a logistical professional conversation, and that way you could book programming, make programming. Like agree to disagree, or the value proposition has to be there for both parties. Just like,
yes.
I need an opponent so I can win.
Which is why I'm not too interested in debating, because who needs to be my opponent for me to be established as knowing stuff? Nobody does. I don't need to debate anybody.
We don't have to do anything. It's kind of I have to think about like my streaming. So like I'm probably I'm gonna see maybe like even working with Charles. So like okay, like I have a regular program's working fine. I have a program with you is working fine, but it's not growing the streaming, and it's not.
You mean on
really,
your own channel? Like, are you thinking you want to do some more regular stuff on your own channel? You're not sure how to do that?
Well, no, I mean just put out my own content, but I'm saying to reach bigger circles or have larger conversations.
Well, then you have to start.
Well, no, I mean I don't mind working within a framework, but see, I'm not. Yeah, it may not matter. So like, okay, like I just keep on doing the research, thinking about consciousness. There doesn't have to be any debates.
I enjoy it. It's like play fighting, like lions and tigers, and that's how it is on the teachers. Is like most people just forget the next day about anything, and it's fine and it's hilarious. And I guess I bring that energy into stuff where I shouldn't, but it's like my interest
you
is
just
just
enjoy
there.
being mean to people.
No,
it's in God forbid.
I enjoy communication.
Well, so it's unclear if it starts appearing like you just enjoy being mean to people.
Well, the people in that world, that's fine.
So it just happens like you keep on being mean to people, and it keeps on turning out as that it's their fault, not yours. Yes, after a point, somebody's like, "Well, not." Well, it appears so.
Enjoy doing everything you do?
No, I don't really enjoy anything really.
So why would I enjoy anything I do either?
Because you say you do.
I can find ways to appreciate
or you
things
you seek it out.
Need to do
that you actively seek it out. So it's,
but people need help in the world, and some people need help that nobody else can give them.
But who are you helping? You're just being mean to people.
Some people need therapeutic.
You're going to claim that that's your help.
Lashing.
I said like helping people. Like like there's a lot of ways to help people. It's usually obvious, and like as opposed to like being mean to people and then claiming that that's helping them. And usually, helping people is in a usually straightforward, obvious way. If it's like giving people things like money, if it's advice that's tangible, where the benefit is clear to people. And
advice isn't really enough, especially if people don't listen to FA that anybody says. People don't really listen to what other people say. Just somehow show them that you care about them. And sometimes being strategically mean to somebody.
And then like it starts to appear like you just enjoy being mean. Is she strategically being mean to help people? Unlikely.
Well, if I can have an opportunity to help, if I can have opportunities to serve in other ways, I will take them. I promise you that. But right now, people are just at a level of very, very low vibrations. So what am I going to do? Just sit around and wait for them to be quote unquote ready? No, I'll just meet them where they're at. Oh, yeah. It's so fun to be mean to people. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's people who feel that way. Oh, Jangle Stick said, we both show we care and listen critically. Yeah. There's this concept known as love languages where like different people show they care in different ways. That's really cute. It's not a plane. It's something else. So I think it's a geodesic is the right word, but I'll have to think about it a little more. I'll be working on axioms this week. But yeah, I mean, other than that, my options are to stream content on YouTube, right? But all my teachings are student-centric. I'm not interested in just a pointless.
Well, if you have no one to instruct, you have no audience. I mean, if you have people, that's probably why I'm not producing that much content. But usually I'm producing content that there's demand for, and even okay. So like I've been getting more demand for another Ask the Rabbi. My Ask the Rabbis do pretty good. Like they're averaging over 500. You get over 500 views on them.
Yeah, why haven't you done one of those in a while?
There's people who listen to me. There's people who reach out. There's people who message me. There's people I talk about these things. Like I know people watch my stuff, but yeah, I don't think it's like groundbreaking, making a huge difference to anybody.
And that's important to you?
I guess not, because I'm not doing it. If there's more
own demand.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not really trying to turn myself into a e-personality that I'm happy with.
I'm sorry, I guess it's been my crankiness.
Yeah, it's definitely something wrong when I can't get no one I speak with wants to come on Week in Review. I don't like memes. I call them like your peeps, your people that come on Week in Review, but like none of my people want to come on Week in Review.
All right, well, easy solution is if you want to invite them back, I'll just not talk. And then you can have them on and then they can leave.
Yeah, maybe I have to think about like the distance, like of what I'm trying to do, or what we're doing, combined, like of a unified Doooovid personality, just doesn't make sense to people. So like people might follow
People who
some
make a big
my
difference
content.
are never made personality.
Yeah, it could be the negative collective karma of the world right now, where we're just.
I don't want to give anybody unfair pandering. I want to only pander on a meritocratic basis and be consistent about it.
Yeah, I think it was pretty negative.
Yeah,
that you couldn't get along with Arjun. Because you were actually involved in that. So like
involved in what?
Well, I'm saying like Charles Moskowitz, you don't have any real connection to that. Like I just do that regular stream. But like Lowell, you were actually doing his tech. You were appearing on the streams, and then that fell apart
because of you.
Well, possibly, but I mean, whatever reason, Lowell.
Whatever the reason, yeah. So you don't see me sitting here blaming you for the show falling apart. It's like maybe be a little less negative. Like I have to be, I choose to be strict based on my principles, but also just be very positive. Certain people don't like that I don't want to pander to them, and I guess that just means that I can just not say anything when they come on the show, and you can talk to them. But I frankly have no interest in random people and can't imagine how I could ever have interest in random people. I'm sorry. I'd like to teach. And that's about it. And I understand most teaching is a one-on-one thing, but whatever. I don't mind doing a public demonstration of education.
No one's going to come on Week in Review for you to teach them. That's why you want to teach, go ahead and do it and make your streams teach. But no one's coming on Week in Review to be taught by you.
It's not that they necessarily have to be taught that lesson. That's one possible lesson, but there's a whole bunch of different lessons people can learn that aren't that one.
Yeah, but none of the people who come Week in Review are come here because they want you to teach them something.
Right. Well, maybe. You don't really know, do you?
No, it's like pretty. I don't think anybody that I've brought to Week in Review like wanted you to teach them something. You start like Brundle, Kyle, Babs, Arjun, Joanna. I mean, they might talk with you, they might work together with you, but like none of them were there for you to teach them.
I know that. I know that. I make myself available for teachings. And sometimes the only teachings that people are open to are defensive ones. Or wait, maybe it's offensive. Depends on your coordinate system. But anyway.
But you're a teacher, saying that's your only personality. So like, no, I mean, we can review is a more logistical. You just talk, meet people, and book programs.
I see this as exercise, practicing rhetoric, because I see you as a very special person, very intelligent, and have very good rhetoric, and I can learn a lot from you. And also think it's good to practice talking, especially socializing is harder these days. I think it's important. So that's how I look at it. That's all I really need. But yeah, my essential personality is like, I don't even want to say that I don't have personality, but yeah, I don't have that kind of personality most people would be used to.
Yeah, I mean, I did event organizing, promotion, management. And so
I
mean,
wouldn't
like,
wish myself as an event manager. Like, I'm the event from hell for that exact reason. So, it doesn't make sense. It just makes sense for me to just hang out and just talk to people. Like, there's limited utility of YouTube at some point, but I still love talking about all this stuff to me. It's like fascinating because there's so many developments in it.
Yeah, there's interesting things like I still spent 30 minutes just
I know
of
awesome.
the things that like I found interesting this week, and you had like really no one else I talked with has any interest in the science of consciousness. So I mean, at least like that's what basically keeps Week in Review going, is our common interest in the science of consciousness or these topics. But I'm saying that what Week in Review could be, or what I would have wanted it to be, it really isn't happening, and that's why probably I'm not making any streams, because like Week in Review isn't applicable to do that. I can't just invite someone to Week in Review and like book a stream or talk about what's going on, because like they're not here to be taught by you. They're here to to just share some information and plan, strategize.
Mm-hmm.
But I said, okay, it's on your channel, and that's how you want to play yourself. That so that Week in Review didn't work out that way, and that's why there's no streams besides Week in Review. And it's like, okay, like if you found T-Jump and you like that, good for you. Like I'm not telling you what streams you should or shouldn't do.
I don't even want to do T-Jump streams necessarily.
It just like I just see like it seemed like kind of like Claire and that it just makes it seem like maybe it's rubbing off, and you appear to be very mean, and maybe it's like that environment that.
Yeah, that's probably it. I should work on that.
Even like modern day debate, like so you're hanging out there, and you're saying like, "Why are you so mean?" It's like, well, no, I'm not that mean. Like like those guys are mean, but like, well, I don't hang out with people like that. So like you're saying you're not that mean in comparison to those people, but like I don't even have any interest in those people, and so like now it appears like you're that mean because the rubbed off behavior. As I'm talking about the jealousy, that I said jealousy is a secondary. Reciprocation is the primary natural behavior. Jealousy, I think, is secondary, because jealousy has to be directed knowledgeably towards another person, as opposed to reciprocation doesn't have to be directed. So say like if a new person comes before me and I interact with them, I'm just reciprocating, so to say, the harsh conditions of the world, and I'm dealing with them the way that I'm dealt with, as opposed to like jealousy. You have to know something about that person. So like, oh, I'm dealing with this person and I'm jealous of this person, as opposed to like some sort of universal way of dealing with people, because it presumably you act in a way jealous of somebody because you have some sort of knowledge or information about them to be jealous of. And then even in a situation that you have to, jealousy implies like probably certain, like the person has things that you want or is in a better position than you are, and if it's unclear, I'm not sure if you're seeing what I'm saying. That like I think jealousy is a secondary thing. So you say, okay, like you're being mean to people because you're jealous of them. It's like, no, you're being mean to people because you're just reciprocating the way people are behaving towards you, towards them, towards other people.
Well, I shouldn't have been grouchy to those people.
Okay, so
I was
you're
grouchy towards
you're
your
jealous
friend,
of Joanna or
girl,
something. So
and
like,
guy.
Joanna,
It
so
had
like,
nothing to do with jealousy. It had to do with being short-tempered due to.
but if you say like from her perspective, it's like, oh, she's probably just jealous. She, like, of course, like that she behaves like that.
I really doubt she thought I was jealous of her.
Well, she probably
What are you
didn't. But I'm
talking
saying
about?
from your logic, you're saying like you're behaving that way because you're
That's
jealous.
not my logic. I'm just saying that people get jealous sometimes. And it has a pathology to it. I don't think she was jealous of me, and I don't think Arjun was jealous of me either. I just don't think that they liked what I said. I mean, I remember with Arjun, what happened was about whether the Supreme Personality of Godhead was personal or impersonal. And it's like, yep. Like, I'm not the one who refuses to talk to him. He's the one who refuses to talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Why
a
is that?
decent strike because okay,
Huh.
you treated him a way he doesn't want to be treated. So just say, let me just not deal with this. I don't like being treated that way, and so I'm just going to avoid this person in order to not be treated that way. So it's pretty straightforward and logical.
Yeah, so to the conversation in the chat, this dumbass line of questioning, insane assertion that you can somehow read minds and know whether people's thoughts are coherent or consistent is ludicrous. But the naturalistic pantheism being the same as atheism thing, no. Pantheism and atheism aren't the same. Why? There's so many presuppositions there. Like, obviously, the positive and the negative of a thing aren't the same. It's just absolutely ridiculous. T-Jump and Co. have little interest in things other than winning debates and appearing smart. IMO. Yes, Lambie, that's fine. And so I can easily wear that mask, can I? Not to mention that's, not true of every single person on Discord. Like, Mark Reed's super nice.
Yeah, so Mark, but yeah, I don't know why you have an attachment to T-Jump. I mean, whatever you do, but it's indicative. That's why
It's his platform that I like, which has the
that's why I said
conversations.
maybe you are a mean girl. That's what that's.
Uh-huh. So just go in there to make myself available to be compassionate for people there, that's inconceivable.
Well, I'm saying you're not an atheist, so why would you join an atheist savior? You claim you like being nice to people, and like what? So why
I
would you
like
team up with
doing
somebody
good for people.
who
That's
who's
not
mean
always
to
the same as
people?
being nice to people. If someone's behavior is abhorrent and then you're nice to them, you're sort of tacitly saying your behavior's all right, but it's not all right.
Yeah, I don't see it. So I mean,
Okay.
you have your reasons or whatever. I don't see it's not making sense to me.
Well, I'll take what you said on board, and you're probably
you
right that I was too grumpy towards those people, and they didn't have a realistic expectation of what I wanted and expected. So that's on me.
Well, I mean, it was me. Like they probably just expected that. Like, I mean, it's really it comes off bad on me, and it's not. I mean, you don't owe me to like anything, but it's like okay, like you come on my show, so like they could come in conflict with your friend, and then you say like so that then they don't want to deal with me anymore because saying like like it's it's like I like you, but tell it. I'm used to day trade. It's like a good cop, bad cop. And it just appears like, okay, I'm the one doing it. So like, I would just do work and the boss, he was pretty nice. He never yelled, but occasionally he would have another guy in the office who would yell at me. and you just be like, well, it's really my boss yelling at me. He just doesn't like yelling, and so when he wants to yell, he would have someone else do it for me, do it for him. And
What is the connection between that and this combo right now? Because I would really love to know that.
Well, it's saying that the one who's
Yes.
been a guest on like Week in Review for like a year now. Right? When's the last time like arguing? So you're just mimicking their behavior. Like Doovid only has 2,000 subs. Doovid's basically a dud. I haven't had a big show for like a year, and here you got Modern Day Debate and T Jump and maybe Amy Newman even, and that's how they do it, and they have good programs. So you just reciprocate that bad behavior.
You think Amy Newman has bad behavior?
I mean, she seemed fine, nice, but I think that debate, or I don't know if you did only one debate on her, or a few debates, but that it was kind of like people trying to Socratize and debunk each other. It wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. There's your problem.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't.
Kazak's got it. Just a safe word. There you go.
Well, so you can't debunk people and have long-term relations with them. Like you debunk, it's usually a one-time thing. So like T jump or if you're gonna debunk somebody, then it's a one-time thing. Like they
Look,
usually,
Mark and I have debunked each other like
you can't
12
like come
times
back.
now.
You can't come back and like debunk the person the second time. It doesn't make for good programming. So if you have an educational, somehow like friendly conversation, there's going to be a part 2 or something to it. But like if you debunked a person, then it doesn't make sense to have a second conversation. And so I think Modern Day Debate had that. Maybe not all their programming, maybe just because you're on T Jump. And like I'm not here to debunk people, and debunking people is largely unfriendly. You could teach somebody. You could use the Socratic method occasionally. Be harsh on somebody teaching, but you want to have friendly conversations where both people are bringing something useful to the table, and that's why it's a worthwhile conversation. Saying like if there's a fraud and you have to debunk them, but like, and then even like you're going to invite frauds to debunk them, and so you could have a genre like that. That's T Jump's genre. That's his genre. Like you might be successful like that if that's like where you see yourself going is like debunking frauds. But maybe I'm not here to like debunk people.
To me, it's like about arguments and debates and stuff, but I'm a little lost. I don't really understand what you're saying, to be honest.
Well, I'm saying like
to me, all you do is debunk. So to hear you say you don't like debunking is like, oh, that doesn't make sense.
I don't see myself debunking. Saying like I'm even my frenemies, like I usually keep them around and building off of things wrong. And so like no, there's it makes sense that there's issues and there's people on opposite sides of them. If that's not your worldview and it doesn't make sense to you like that, then it's hard to build up a platform or venue and have long-term working relationships with all sorts of various people. I made interfaith for like 10 years. I was like, no, I never debunked anyone I did interfaith with. And like I kept long-term working relations. Like hopefully I could go into any of these places of worship, the mosque, the church, and still have productive working relationships. And like streaming, even like evolution, atheism, you have productive educational conversations, and at the end of the conversation, like the other person is still going to be an atheist. It wasn't like debunking. Maybe try to win some people over, convince some people, but it's like no, there's uncertainty. It makes sense of frauds to debunk. I remember in New York, you're saying like, okay, there's so many people you on screwing and cheating people, and there's always new people to screw and cheat.
I don't like the karma of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad karma.
I
But
find
I'm
it
saying-
very boring.
But I'm saying if you could say, okay, it's a strategy, and maybe to some extent it could be a successful strategy.
Sounds boring and
But it's not this-
self-defeating.
Yeah, it's not the strategy that, so you come into conflict with the people that you're trying to have relationships with. It's not a good strategy.
You're right. That's why I was saying last time I should rehabilitate my image. I should just keep the debate dumpster fires just to the T-Jump server, and then everywhere else just be, delicate flower, and just be like, what? I don't have any opinions.
Well, but that's the only thing you're doing. It's saying I mean, because really, what do you have going? You have T-Jump and Week in Review, and even Week in Review is moving more towards your T-Jump side than
Towards arguments. Yeah.
I mean, so it's even like becoming unfriendly between me and you.
You think it's unfriendly to talk about stuff in a stern and absolute way? Dang.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not even fun really to talk with you anymore. Because I'm trying to make are we even making any progress towards understanding consciousness anymore? Or you don't bother me.
You back, I don't want that, but I do enjoy it. I've told you a million times. I don't know how many times in different ways I can say it. Like, I don't know. So some people can't stand me. Yeah, that's the price of being truthful. And I'm sure I can learn to be more diplomatic about it. I'm willing to work on that, but it's like at some point, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just carrying on bad karma. You're so, okay. People don't like me. People don't like my ideas. People might assume more negative about me than is likely accurate. But I'm carrying on bad conflict. I don't necessarily blame people for not liking me. So I think that's more the difference for that.
Well, you're trying to put the blame on me. I don't know what I'm doing one way or the other. Mark says he thinks it's fine to be assertive but not aggressive. And it can be really hard when people are giving a hard time and being dishonest.
I'm not necessarily saying it's your fault, although I think I give examples like Arjun and Joanna where it's upsetting to not be able to advance these relationships, and saying if it's okay, like you have conflict with these people, so we're not going to be able to advance relationships through Week in Review because you're conflict with these people, and that's fine, but it's well, maybe it's not fine. I'm putting blame on you, but just goal oriented. What are you trying to achieve?
Service to mankind, and I like helping people that don't have anybody else to help them. I don't know how many more ways I can say it. That's not good enough for you. It's like, I can't remember what happened with Joanna, to be honest. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think you were, probably just mean to her for no good reason.
So she said something disrespectful. I put her in her place, and it's my fault. So is that smart? Or is that the backwards way to look at it?
Well, it's just
see, that's the thing. No, he doesn't want to do that, right?
You're not going to be a
Pass act.
successful
That's
host.
not for everybody, right? So this is part of the lesson, right? Greater meta lesson. It's a very important lesson.
Yeah, you can't really. You have to kind of. You're not going to be a good host like that. You're not. You're not going to be able to. If that's her personality, she just came in, she said something. What the hell's going on here? Like, this is strange, and then you fired back at her, and then she just never wanted to come back. So so.
Pre-warning as to who that is. So I don't think I was aware that it was your friend at the time that the exchange happened, nor do I remember what the exchange was. But I apologize for being overly rude or mean or whatever the word was. Oh, TJ Observer. A place to go and act retarded. I know that's not your thing, dude, but that's not your thing. You're a businessman, and I respect that 100%.
Okay, so let me just wrap up. We're not getting anywhere. So even, I mean, we could just make weekend review shorter and just like do the consciousness or show my things for the week, and then we talk about it and move on.
I want to talk about the arguments too, because to me it's like thinking about arguments and strategic logic, etc. That's makes. I don't see what bit of that would have. I don't know. To me, it's like I'm just excited, and you're like upset about it. I'm kind of disappointed about.
You'll keep
Is
doing
that
arguments, but I think as I said last week that like your assertion, I guess that you're right and the other person's wrong as opposed to analysis puts it out of the realm of analysis or yourself.
No value.
It's like Charles Moskowitz. Then you're just preaching. You're just using the venue to open yourself a platform to preach.
Isn't that what everyone's doing?
No, I'm saying that there was a point. That's analysis, meta-analysis.
Well, what's the difference between meta-analysis and preaching? So to you, meta-analysis is just listing what other people have said on the topic, not actually strategically, orthogonally decomposing it.
Yeah, but in scholarship, it's like no one cares
Sure.
what you think. You have some analysis, but like, no, I don't really care what your opinion is. Saying like, I know no one cares what I think. No one cares what my opinion is. I give some analysis, some takes, how to think about it, and then that's as opposed to some sort of like scholarship getting to a deeper understanding of the issue. And
that's presupposing that brand of scholarship will lead to a deeper understanding. I don't presuppose that. I know what actually does lead to a deeper understanding, right? So there's an obvious impasse. But I thought it was just like cool to hear each other's opinions out, even if we didn't agree with each other.
You mean you can't even say that without laughing?
Well, it's surprising that you don't understand my view or you can't just be okay with how I feel after all this time, and you just have to keep bringing it up. It's like,
I'm okay with how you feel. Like that with you.
Only happens at the end of shows, so let's just go with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna sign off. Have a great week.
Nice talking, and I'm sorry about the laughing, and I'm a little bit tired today, so my bad. Acknowledge nature is divine, but don't claim anything beyond what science can establish about nature. Lambie, what are we arguing about? People not being my greatest fan. People being my tiniest fans. Anti-fans, if you will. Tej interprets naturalistic pantheism a form of theism in that it acknowledges the divine somehow, some way, as a form of atheism. And I think it's because he read a view working definition of it. You're saying God is the universe. There's not really a lot of framing. You could probably frame that many different ways, but like I don't really the only way you can say that it's not a mind is if you define the whole mind as necessarily requiring a brain. Never mind that doesn't make any sense. He conflated atheism with the view of naturalistic pantheism there. Yeah. Perhaps. I don't know all the details, but yeah, definitely to make assertions about what pantheism is, in addition to its basic definition, is a bit of a... It's going too far. It's like, I hope pantheists don't go past science. It's like, well, that's presuppositional in a way. Do I have fans? I don't know if you would want a physical thing. I'll have a diagram on it soon. It's really cool, but like, if you think about it like a triangle, right angle triangle, and you're going up towards the top, and there's an apex, and it all converges to one thing, and that's esoteric. And then it's exoteric as you go down the triangle towards. It's pretty about metaphysics because it's all about framing. None of them could pin me down. They were making absurd straw mans. Yeah, that's why I have this meme of the straw dinosaur. Because it's very hilarious to just see how far people will go. But it's just like, it's projection, people are just really suffering, and they're just like lashing out, and they just say these horrible things. So you think, this person might say something horrible about good old Jen, or they'll say something just as bad about you. I just drew it out of them so you'd know, oh, okay, this person's a effing bag of exclamation point. Kind of sounds like I have different ideas on where the show going forward or something. Yeah, I mean, we never really saw eye on the show, but it didn't seem to matter. But I think me being grumpy towards those recent guests, which I think the issue with them was also they just stayed for too long. Like, how long are you going to stay if you're not going to start to actually like at least acknowledge me as the channel owner after hours? Is kind of just like, hey, and not. I'm not sure what that relates to, but that is very good point. Cosmos, that natural, it just sounds goofy, like ultra goofy. So I'm not, I literally just picked pantheism. I don't even know if it was because he had already called himself pantheist, or if I figured that out later what it was. But no, I must figure that later, because at that point I thought he was pretty much an atheist to my mind. Terrence McKenna said, weirdness attracts weirdos who then interpret the weirdness very weirdness. That reminds me of Straw Dinosaur. Well, I'm just working with what I have, and there's a lot of metaphors that they're not, to me, they're a bit misleading, so I don't want to use misleading metaphors, but I want to use metaphors that are at least somewhat familiar. So the straw man is actually a good metaphor to some extent. Because there's this image associated of people being like, "Rawr," burn the witch, but it's an effigy, what have you. So I find it funny that John is talking about Claire now. It's like, yeah, we didn't talk about Claire enough. We should definitely talk about Claire some more. So, I think we realize the Doooovid, doesn't always stop once he's at its limits, and that I get grumpy when people talk for a really long time. And don't even seem to, I don't know. It's my bad. I'm not realistic about this stuff here. I think people, will want to do stuff that they won't due to, I also do projection. That's how I know everyone does projection, because it doesn't appear to be something you can get past. Well, maybe someday I'll let you know. Well, thank you so much for all the questions, and apologies again. I let this show go on way too long. I shouldn't have done that, but that's my bad. Once again, the upright morality is always to take full responsibility if you can, whatever extent you can. And that way you have you've learned the most for the next time, and less chances of getting something terrible coming out of it in the future. And at the end of the day, isn't it really just all about minimizing regrets? I think so. Bye everyone for now, and we'll talk.
Yeah, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy in her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic.
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?